Phat Airlines takes the stage where we were, streaming high in the virtual air. World of airports, the game is live. He's landing planes with a vibe so fly. Phat Airlines, soar in the skies, stream in the hustle, watch the views rise. Pilots and planes, oh man, it's insane. Twitch and YouTube growing his name. From tarmac dreams to handles tight, every touchdown a perfect flight. He's a runway king, streak out the fog. Game so smooth, they call it airlocked. Phat Airlines, soaring the skies, stream in the hustle, watch the views rise. Pilots and planes, oh man, it's insane. Twitch and YouTube growing his name. Chatting with the fans, call signs loud. Leader of the fleet, yeah, he makes us proud. Pushing content like a jumbo's thrust. In Phat Airlines we trust. Pin the radar, he's live again. Communities tight like aviation. Friends like skyrocket, engine scream. Phat Airlines living in a stream. Takes the stage with fair lore, streaming high in the virtual air. World of airports, the game is live. He's landing planes with a vibe so ho. His name. Chatting with the fans, call signs loud. Leader of the fleet, yeah, he makes us proud. Pushing content like a jumbo's thrust. In Phat Airlines we trust. Ping the radar, he's live again. Communities tight like aviation. Friends like skyrocket, engine scream. Phat Airlines living in a stream.
Yo, what's up everybody? This is Jeremy with Phat Airlines. So good to be here. Thank you all for joining today. I'm very excited to be playing some World of Airports 3.0. Yes, World of Airports 3.0 has been released on April 1st for a lot of us, right? So it is not a joke. It is here and I am ready to play it. So we got GRU, a brand new airport. We got a brand new UI. We went through a lot of the UI last week, right? Because we did a stream last week to preview the 3.0. Some things are different, you know, minor things have been changed. So we'll go over the UI again because I know a lot of people didn't have a chance to look at that. And by the way, we did max out our MSY. So let's take a look here. Yep, we maxed out MSY. So we were able to unlock GRU. And we also got the other planes as well. Yo, thank you, True Believer, for 9 months. I want to thank you guys for all being here. Before we even get into it, though, we got to read the patch notes. Patch notes are all where it's all about. A lot of small changes, right? A lot of big changes as well. But the patch notes will let us know what we have to be aware of, right? So we got a new airport, GRU, Sao Paulo, 2 active runways, 6 passenger terminals, 2 cargo terminals, 133 passenger stands, 43 cargo stands, and 77 levels. I think GRU is 16 gold planes to unlock, and I heard the premium pass is 80. I guess we'll have to check to see how much the premium pass is, but 16 gold planes to unlock. There's new airplanes, so we got the CRJ family with advanced models, the CRJ2, CRJ2F, CRJ7, CRJ9, and CRJX. We got new features, a 3rd generation UI user interface, including new features across the game like airport selection screen, construction menu, airplane handling, the tower, the hangar, the radar, and the world map are all updated. You got the new aircraft size categorization. I think we saw a little bit of that on the previous stream too, right? We got A through F for passenger and A through G for cargo. Official Airbus and Boeing licenses. That's pretty interesting. There's also an Airbus and Boeing aircraft package available in the shop. We got 78 new airline liveries. We got 80 new custom liveries for the CRJ family. 113 new destinations. 3 bonus levels on all airports. Nice. New tower features with adjusted pricing. Approach departure ratio. Prefer favorite airplanes. Arrival sequence. Priority and stand preference. There's also new stand markings for assignment and construction. I don't think I've noticed that, so I'll take a look. There's a new info panel on the airport selection screen. We saw that. New radio communication can be toggled in game settings. Advanced lighting system based on weather on all airports. Bulk airplane purchases available in hangar. I'm pretty hyped about that. I'm glad they were able to add that. That's going to be great for giveaways. Especially on the Phat Airlines Discord. We do giveaways. VIPs are able to give away planes, and bulk buying airplanes is going to really be great for a lot of players. Guys, thank you for the follows. I appreciate that, and for subscribing. All right. We also can change the flight number. Flight number change in airplane contract info panel. Combined stands features, so certain stands can handle passengers or cargo airplanes at Innsbruck, St. Martin, and GRU. Oh, pretty cool. Lineup and wait takeoff feature. So aircraft are cleared to line up and wait, and then you have to clear them to take off. Both steps are handled by the departure tower controller. There's unified pricing for handling equipment across all airports. I think the equipment was also changed in price. Upgraded airplane path system at all airports. There's new runway release points, runway entries, crossroad exits, etc. Improved stand sharing configurations at IAD, MSY, and also active at GRU. Terminal and terminal extension names updates at all airports. Category D aircraft now allowed at Innsbruck. Jet bridge attaches to CRJs. Takeoff time offset. An aircraft departed via the takeoff button is giving a time advantage over airplanes departed via closing airport after pushback. That's something we're gonna have to. I want to test out. That's pretty interesting because now if you look at the radar, it'll show you the plane doesn't actually depart until it takes off from the runway, whereas before the plane would be departing as soon as you push back. So I want to see how much of a difference that makes. BRI got a visual update as well on the runway. Prague got terminal updates as well. Terminal 1, Panorama Airport Building, and Terminal 2, North visual improvements. There's new routes for the A388. And Ibex Airlines is now a separate airline. Bug fixes, pathfinding, own airplane now respawns after contract cancellation. Oh, that's cool. You don't have to wait for it to come back. Claim and cancel action fix for own player aircraft. IAD stand fix. A319 handling crew fix. Stands showing construction menu before airplane takeoff. BKK runway names updated in radio comms. Level 28 is now a different plane at Nagoya. Landing rules fixed for stands D10 and 12. Chinese characters translation fixed. Syrian flag update. Destination fixes as well. And an Italian translation fix. And then some graphical updates as well. I'm just going to quickly, I'm not going to read all of them. But let's see, anything here? Some ground exits fixed at Sydney. Some buses removed. Visual fixes. LHR stand 401 minigame view glitch for large aircraft was fixed. IAD is missing runway markings, so that's fixed now. So yeah, all right, pretty cool, not bad at all. I think there's a couple of I think the biggest thing here is this right here, line up and wait and take off. Before you only had to line up and then the plane would automatically take off if the runway was clear. Now you have to push a button to take it off, and then also down here, takeoff time offset. So this kind of gives the departure manager, tower manager, a much bigger role. But yeah, that's enough of the patch notes. I really want to get started at GRU. We're going to tour GRU. We're going to talk about GRU first. Then we're going to talk about the UI while we're playing GRU. And then we're going to look at some of the newer airplanes as well that are added, okay? So I'm enjoying 3.0. I played a lot this morning while I was unlocking GRU, so that way we can get right into it when we do our stream. This is not GRU. Let's go down to GRU. Here we go. And we'll go into it right now. We got 13 arrivals, so you can see here. What's it called? We got some E planes, so a C plane, some C planes, a lot of E planes. So, and a D plane. So we're gonna have to, in order to, and a G plane. Oh my gosh. Expires in 4 days from this stream. 4 days and 5 hours. So we got some time to accept the G plane. It's expensive to buy a G stand. So let's get into it. Let's play some GRU. All right. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna have to take a look, right? So here's GRU. I'm not even really familiar with this airport in real life. So we're just gonna look around. Here's the runway, right? We can rotate the camera. I'm gonna keep the camera in the default spot so everybody can be aligned. So you got the runway over there, one of the runways. Here's another runway, 10L. So you got some private jets over here, right? Or are they business jets or just general aviation? I don't know. All right, there's the runway. It looks like a smallish airport, even though it's a big airport, right? I think it's the busiest airport in South America, right? But not a lot of taxi times, or there might be, but there's not like a long path like some planes have to take at IAD or even at Prague. Maybe this is more similar to Prague, depending upon how planes land. So next thing we're going to do is take a look at the terminals. So we got Terminal 1A. Now, if you guys don't know, one of the changes that happened with 3.0 is plane sizes, right? So now you have to buy, you have to buy the terminal, but you also have to buy, if you want to get a C stand, you have to buy A and B in order to also buy C. It'll do it for you automatically all at once, but that's a big change that's happened with 3.0. So there we got Terminal 1A, which is a lot of, it's interesting. You can click on a stand and it'll show you if it gets if it blocks another stand. So like, for example, if you park D, E, or F planes here, it's going to block stand 101R and 102R. So that's interesting. If you park a D, E, F plane here at 101, it's going to block 101L. So that is something to keep in mind, right, while you're playing the game. So that's pretty cool, because before 3.0, it really wouldn't tell you what was getting blocked. We're going to be answering your questions too in just a few moments. I just got a lot of, I just want to take a look. Here's a cargo terminal. I heard that there are some mixed, the patch notes did say that there was some mixed stands. So I have to take a look. Look, this over here, this is a cargo stand. That's a cargo stand. This is a combined stand. You see right here, combined stand 105R. So you can get cargo and, so are all of these, this is all combined cargo. Nice. Okay, interesting. You got terminal cargo over here. So I'm guessing all of these should just be regular cargo. which it looks like. You got Terminal 2A. It says passenger. Does this one say passenger and cargo? It does. Okay, cool. So this one says passenger. Mostly L and the old L and medium planes here. What do we have over here? And Terminal 2B, which is more passenger planes. And here is the section we start off with. So with, you know, the new World of Airports 3.0, you got a handling crew slider instead of buttons. I love that. One of my favorite things. And we start off with some C stand, so that's very helpful. Let's go ahead and clear this to land, and let's watch it. What does the Twitch VIP badge do? We could talk about that later. I want to talk about World of Airports. Why can't I buy a contract? I want to send you a plane. Anybody can send me. This is my main account, bro. So you don't have to buy a contract. You can just send me a plane, which actually gets me thinking. Reminds me, actually, I'm gonna have to buy some contract slots because you guys are gonna send me a lot of requests, aren't you? So we're gonna buy these contract capacity because there's a cooldown of like 48 hours and 24 hours, and then you have to wait for that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and buy it now, so that way you guys can send me contracts. We got the C plane here, so I'm going to accept that C contract. Here's another C contract. We're going to have to wait on the E, the D, E, and F and G contract. We got some C contracts here. I'm going to try to spread it around, so that way, you know, I see Shrek, thank you for all the contracts, bro. We're going to spread it around, though, so that way we get a bunch of different people able to send me contracts. And, of course, I always check the random arrival as well. Here's another, all right, so here's what I was talking about before, right? So this is a B stand right here, right? So I can unlock this stand for 6,000 wallers, right? Or we can go right here and unlock A, B, and C for 12,000, because A is 2,000, B is 4,000, and then C is 6,000. So that is how that works. I'm just gonna wait for a moment because there is no rush when you're in a brand new airport to really get everything all at once. You got to buy equipment because you only start off with one equipment across the board. You know, equipment lets you buy multiple counts now if you really want to. So that's fantastic, especially if you're paying to upgrade your airport. I don't know if I'm going to be doing that with this. And then you also have, you know, the construction menu. Oh, let's continue looking at the airport. Over here, you got Terminal 3B, which is the rest, even more passenger stands. Oh my gosh, this airport is a lot more massive than I originally realized. I mean, there's a lot of shared stands, right? But even still, that gives a lot more strategy if you want to land your planes yourself manually, or just a lot more planes to handle. You got extension 3D right there. All right. What else we got? Okay, next up, we're going to look at the premium pass, okay? So here we go. We got the premium pass. Premium pass is something that I usually recommend buying, but you know, 80 gold planes is not cheap. You know, it's not like 30 gold planes or 20 gold planes, which usually is an instant buy. But for 80, you probably have to think about it, and you're saving up. You know, if you're playing World of Airports for free, you're saving up for a month just to get this. So what we have here is we're gonna look through the pass here. So you get an airplane that you can use right away, only in GRU. You get some currency, and we're just gonna keep going. I'll make any shout outs, you know, like right here, handling crew. 5 handling crew is 45 gold planes. So that is pretty nice. That's very nice. That kind of pays for itself. And the cool thing with these airplanes is that you don't have to unlock it. You don't have to pay wallers for it. It just is just available in your airport. Some people will sell it right away, but I typically like to use them because over time they're gonna make you a lot more money than selling them. But selling them gets you that money right now. So it's all about your priorities. Do you want to, you know, speed run through everything, or do you want to handle planes? You know, so we'll have to look here. We got more planes, more currency, a lot of planes. And a free pass usually has contracts, so I'm not too surprised about that. You get a gold plane at level 18, and then you get an airplane for free. You get a CRJ, some CRJ liveries at level 19 and 20. CRJ 7, excuse me. You get Premium 1, you get Basic 1, and Supreme 1. 5 more handling crew at level 21. So that right there tells me I'm going to go ahead and buy the premium pass, because if I were to buy 10 handling crew, that would cost me 90 gold planes. So that right there automatically makes it so I'm going to buy that premium pass. We have a regional airport at level 27. You also get a CRJ 2F for your fleet at level 26. Let me see here. More handling crew at level 30. We have contract slots. Contract slots are always fantastic. We get more contract and more airplanes. So it looks like, what level? 32. Like once you're a regional airport, that's when you start really getting the larger planes, the size E planes at level 28. So you got to think about it. You know, I know a lot of people are upset about the way stands work now. You have to buy A, B, C, D in order to have an E stand. Like all stands are multi-gates now. But I mean, it's the way the game wants you to progress, right? We'll find a way to kind of still maximize our returns, you know, maximize our gameplay. So we got international level at level 40, and we start getting our first F contracts, you know, our X-plane contracts over here at level 39, right before international. So that is cool. More currency. Finally, I don't think I've seen silver planes yet until level 44. So that takes a while. But that's like 10 gold planes right there, you know? So that's pretty cool. Not a lot of liveries in this pass either. You know, just the CRJ 7 is available there. So not a lot of liveries. You get an H124 contract. I wonder what the special plane is. You get an A225 contract at 63. More handling crew. That's good. More contract capacity. Here's more silver planes. So okay, at the later levels you get the silver planes. You get an A388 for free. You get a DH64 for free. So all right. I mean, it is better than Sydney, but not a lot of liveries. So I know some people really want to get really like getting the liveries with their premium passes. It might be a little disappointing for you guys not getting those liveries. So all right, let's make sure we're handling these planes. Let's go ahead and push back, and let's cross the runway here. We can assign the crew. I got 20 crew to start off with. Definitely going to be more hands-on than just setting it and forget it. I mean, you could probably set it and forget it as well, but like if you really want to maximize the way like how many planes you're handling at once, it's probably better to be more hands-on. All right, so look at those terminals, look at those stands, and let's look at the camera angles. All right, so we got camera 1, ATC Tower 1. Oh, look at this message. You need to purchase an appropriate terminal to open a stand suitable for this airplane. That's because it's a cargo plane. All right, that's camera 1. We'll go to camera 2 now. Yeah, this one will be pretty nice for when you have the larger planes, this camera. All right, let's go to camera 3. Looks like we're over by terminal 1, which is where the cargo planes are, right? Oh, we're not even, the terminal 1's over there. So that's not bad. I can't wait till this entire airport is like unlocked. I mean, I'm going to wait, but like I'm excited is what I'm trying to say. All right, so that's cool. Let's see here. We just okay. It is kind of. I'll talk about that later. All right, let's go to camera 4. Okay, camera 4. Oh, now we're at terminal 1. I gotcha. All right, let's accept some contracts too. Okay, we got formidable. Don't have E stands, so I'm gonna wait for that. I don't have F either. E. Okay, we'll accept them eventually. I might as well accept them now, I guess, right? 2, 3. Guess I'm gonna have to rush to get an E stand. And an F maybe. Alright, we're at 16 out of 34. Not too bad. So when we got this, alright, let's take a runway camera 1. Whoa! Look at that. That's pretty nifty. You're right there at the bottom of the runway. Runway camera 2. See the business jets. And we got runway camera 3 right in between. Okay. All right. Time to build up. So one of the things that happens with, that I talked about already a few times, but one of the things that are different with World Airports 3.0 now is the fact that you have to buy the lower size stands on all your stands. So if I want to handle an E plane here, I have to buy D and I have to buy E. There is no A, B, and C on these stands, so there's no need to buy them. But I do have to buy D and E. So same thing over here. If I need to buy C, I need to buy A, B, and C all at once, all together. You can do it one at a time, or you can do it all at once. One of the things I was thinking about doing, and I'm gonna have to accept these local contract or these reward contracts, because we're gonna buy some of these E planes and some of these D planes. We're gonna buy the D or accept the D contracts first. But look, there's so many E contracts, so we're just gonna accept them all. I'm just gonna hold off on accepting the G contract because we're gonna worry about cargo in just a few moments. And then we got this B contract right there. All right. So what we're gonna do, because of the event planes and because of my my contracts that we have from you guys sending me requests, I'm just gonna go ahead and buy one of these stands, 411. I don't know if that's the best one or not. Let me look at a different camera angle here. Oh, we got this camera angle too. Yeah, I don't know if this is the best. If that's the best stand to buy. My first time playing GRU, my first time looking at GRU. But if we look here, it looks like 411 is what? This guy right here, yep. So I'm thinking, like, actually when a plane is taxiing, maybe even 502 might be better, because it's going to come from the runway, right? And now I'm thinking about taxiing. It's going to come from the runway. I don't know where it gets off the runway, or I don't know which runway those D planes or E planes use, but either way, it's going to come from this direction over here, and it's going to go that way towards the stand. So if I buy 502, it could probably just go right in quicker. So I'm going to go ahead and buy that one for 18,000 wallers. I could always just do D first and then E, but I'm going to need the E anyways for the event planes. I'm also going to need E for the player contracts you guys sent me. So we're going to do that. I also have an F cargo or an F passenger stand, which I don't have. Another thing too, well, we're going to have to keep in mind when we start handling those E planes, they're going to need a lot more handling crew. So we're going to have to take a look. But let's go ahead and watch this plane land. It's going to be landing at what, 10R? That's not bad. And then I will look at your chats now. Oh. Is this available on mobile phones? Yeah, World of Airports is actually a mobile game, so go ahead and download it. What's up, Cleo? What's up, Nikki J? Nikki J, in the patch notes, it said that St. Martin has combo stands, and I heard from other people that in St. Martin, we can go there later once we handle all these E-planes and stuff. We can go check out St. Martin, Bari, Innsbruck. You know, so those airports all had some like combo stands added. But at St. Martin, I think the stand that was an ex-passenger stand before is now a cargo stand too. So it's possible, I think it's very possible, that's where you have to get your D, E, and F. Well, D, mainly your D contracts. Yeah, we should accept some more of your C contracts, you're right. That's pretty cool. From St. Martin, you could send these planes. That's really nice. This is probably going to keep you loaded, though. Your St. Martin's probably backed up. That's probably why you want me to accept them. Let's see here. Any new contracts? We got Space Cadet. We'll accept that. We got Sam. Cool. Across the runway. All right. Now, all right. Now we're just letting the game play itself. So now we got these two new packages. This was in the patch notes too, because now World of Airports is officially licensed by Boeing and Airbus. Not sure what that means, but what I do know is they have these packages, right? So it says package Boeing pack and package Airbus pack. So you have the airplanes are available for all the airports. Now, if you purchase this, what it looks like what happens, and I'm pretty sure I haven't purchased it yet, but what happens is you get 4 738s, 3 764s, 2 78Xs, and 1 748 for the Boeing pack, which you could use at any compatible airport. So that's pretty cool. I think you also get this Boeing livery alongside with it. So that's pretty interesting. Then you have the Airbus pack, which gives you 4 A320s, 3 A306s, 2 A35Ks, and 1 A388. So you can purchase that. For me, it's $20 US. We'll purchase that maybe another stream and check it out. You know, the golden airplanes, the price didn't change there for trading for silver planes. It's still 10,000 silver planes for 10 gold planes. Always do that, by the way. Always. And then 1 gold plane for 1,500. You still get 100 free silver planes every single day. And another one, if you watch an ad, I don't like watching ads. You get 500 wallers for free as well. You got the handling crew. You still can claim the free handling crew, which is available for 2 hours. And then, of course, the contract capacity. So just shop, just some minor changes there. You got the contract capacity. You can click on it. You can see more information. Same thing with the handling crew. You got the radar view. One thing that changed with the radar view, right? Or not with the view. I mean, the view is different too. Its colors are different. It gives you a map legend. But also, you can see planes that are coming in. But one thing that's changed too is, according to the patch notes, is the planes won't appear on radar until after the plane takes off at the airport. So that's going to be a lot different for a lot of us. So just something to keep in mind when you're playing World of Airports. Okay, we got some planes to claim and get rewards, and I'm level 2. Let's go. All right, let's claim currency and another airplane. Nice. By the way, we have to go right here. So if I go into my fleet option here, you'll see I have a bunch of airplanes already here that are available at all airports. I might go ahead and claim a few of these very soon, just to kind of speed up my progress here at GRU. But I know not everybody has them, so I like to wait for a little bit before doing it. But it's always a good idea, especially if you have the premium pass, to you know, maybe wait for a new airport to come out, so that way you could use one of these planes that are available at all airports. You see, I got a ton of them. So I got choices, and then of course the ones that I just unlocked are right here at the end, only in GRU. So we can go ahead and hit claim. And this is a CRJ2. I think the CRJ7 is the one that we get the premium 1 livery for. But what I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and buy a livery for this plane. Did we get? No, those are my colors. Never mind. We need blue, and then we need red. There we go. Still can't configure a small plane, which makes sense. And then you can see where what airports this plane can go to. We're going to go ahead and unlock and claim. And now we got the livery for this plane. PP. Oh, we got Pokey. Let's go. What a cool call sign. Thank you, World of Airports. And then we also have the E170. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to put, I think, Supreme 2 on this. We're going to do my colors. No configuration, right? No configuration. All right, cool. And claim. All right. All right, so now we have an E-plane, a large plane that we need to handle. So one of the things with these large planes, you got to be really careful because you're going to need equipment when you're handling these planes. You know, it's gonna take 12 minutes for this plane to be handled, and I only have one baggage. I only have one boarding. So we're gonna have to buy. Whoops, I hit the wrong button. We're gonna have to buy at least one more boarding, which I'm gonna do now, and one more baggage. It's also a good idea when you're starting to handle those larger planes to get one more cleaning and maybe even one more fuel. Fuel, it depends. Some of these planes are pretty quick to handle. For example, this one, 3 minutes on fuel. So it's not too long, but this way I can get another medium plane or a seaplane landed here. We can clear it to land, and that way we can handle a large plane, a D or E plane, along with a C and B plane at the same time. Made to Move, you said, I don't get that world map to assign my fleet planes for a contract. Do you play on BlueStacks by any chance? If I think there's a bug on BlueStacks, which isn't officially supported by the devs, but I think there's a bug on BlueStacks that the map is not showing up for on that platform. Let's see here. I'm gonna keep reading chat while we're waiting for this. New gate system seems confusing. I mean, if you're just starting off at GRU is going to be a very confusing airport because GRU has shared stands and it has combination stands, right? So maybe not the best airport to start off at because of that, you know, those functions. But I mean, ultimately it works very similarly. You have to buy an A stand. When you first unlock the stand, you get one handling crew and one contract slot, right? So what I can do is I could probably just buy A stands across the board, especially if I need more handling crew or more contract capacity, because in order to start handling B planes here, because there's not a lot of A planes right now in World of Airports, I think there's only just one. So buying an A stand is really just buying the contract capacity and the handling crew. But if you want to start handling planes at this stand, then you buy the B stand, and you could keep upgrading it so that way you can handle larger and larger planes at that same stand. Now, GRU a little bit more confusing because you got these shared stands, right? So you have this stand right here, which is 410. Then you have 410R, and you have 410 left, L. So with these stands, you can see if you have a D or E plane on the stand, if you have a D plane on this stand, it's going to block 410R and L. But if you have an E plane here, it's also going to block 409. So something to keep in mind, right? If you have a D plane at 409, it's going to block 410. So yeah, it's going to be a lot more strategic. This is definitely not an airport for a beginner. Definitely not an airport for a beginner. Is that a new size designation, the letters? Yeah. So you want to, I mean, they talked about World of Airports. They talked about this in one of their dev blog 26. And And they say here, you know, new aircraft size categorization. So they're changed. They had to change it, and a lot of this is mainly for these new features that we're seeing. Right, we're seeing new features that coincide with shared stands. It's allowing a lot of newer, like the New Orleans airport had those shared stands and blocked stands. This airport has a lot of it, so we're getting airports that wouldn't be possible before. So that's cool to see. What do we got here? So we're gonna have to buy, well, I think we're gonna want to buy more stands. And hold up, there we go. Is there a plane waiting to cross the runway over here? Yes, there is. Oh, it would still show up on the landing. That's confusing. It might be beneficial for me to have the landing manager on. That might be helpful. Let's play the landing minigame. And let's see how this is. We're going to use the joystick and we're going to go. Okay, so we're landing at 10R. Nice. Which premium pass is the best in World of Airports? I mean, the ones that are like less than 30 gold planes are like almost always recommended by everybody. They're so cheap that like it just makes sense to buy it. You know, it doesn't make sense to not buy it because you get so many benefits from the premium passes. Unable to link accounts to play games is a bug. I think so. I know during testing I ran into a similar issue on iOS and they got it fixed, so that they should be able to fix that one pretty quickly. Sorry that you're running into that, man. I know that stinks. What's up, Cater? Cater said, before before the update, when you press the exclamation mark, it will only filter planes that have to land, not be handled or take off. Now it shows you planes that don't have parking stands. Yeah. There's no way to fix it right now. I mean, you got to wait for an update. My take on it, so what he's saying is right now, if you hit the exclamation point over here, which says requiring action, it's going to show you all the planes that require action, right? Before this E-plane would not show up because there's no stand. So here's my take on it, right? I actually appreciate that this plane is showing up because I can buy some stands in order to get this plane landed. But if there are no stands for me to buy and there's nothing else for me to like have it go to, then I don't want it to be there. So I know it's a different take than a lot of you guys. You guys just want it to be gone completely because there's no available stand, there's nothing to land. But here, right, I can buy a stand, so I would still kind of want it to show up so that way I can confirm and purchase. But if you're at another airport, like an airport that you already leveled up or you're max level or something like that, you might also, you're going to see something like this where it's going to say every stand is blocked or occupied. And that is when I agree. It's very a big nuisance. I don't like to see it, but maybe, you know, I know the devs are open to change. So one thing I would recommend perhaps is maybe sending them an email to their support email address. I know they're getting a lot of emails today, but that's what they're asking for. So that way, if you have any feedback and you're very passionate about it, I think that's the best way to kind of share that feedback. Only the DHC6 is an A? I believe so. If we go to configure and buy, and we filter by plane size, the only A plane is the DHC6, which actually gets me into, you know, the locked planes. Let's take a look. So we have a few new planes that were added to World of Airports as well. We have the CRJ2, where I already purchased the livery because we had that as a free reward. This plane as a free reward from the premium pass. We have the CRJ2, which is 4 gold planes to unlock and 25,000 wallers. You also have, what's it called, a quantity button. So you notice here, like once you unlock the plane for the first time, you don't have to worry about buying more gold planes to unlock it again. So you have the CRJ2. We're not going to unlock it just yet because I don't have 25,000 wallers at this airport. But if we go to another airport, I'm most likely going to unlock it. We have the CRJ2F. I'm not really going through the liveries, mainly because they're the same liveries as what's available for all the other planes. It's not anything new or different. I mean, I guess it might be nice to see it on this plane in particular, right? But yeah, you still don't have configuration of the cargo plane or small planes. And oh, how many gold planes was this again? This was 4 gold planes for the CRJ2F. You click on this button right here to get the airplane list back up. You got the CRJ7, which is 5 gold planes and 35,000 wallers. No configuration. And then you got the liveries, of course. I guess I'll go through them just for everybody to see their plane. Oops. All right. And then you got the CRJ-X, which is 7 gold planes. All right, and then additionally, I already had the CRJ unlocked from 2.6. So you got the CRJ9. I don't know how many gold planes it is now. Somebody's gonna have to let me know, or I'll probably look at my other accounts. But here are the liveries. Here are the gold plane costs. There's no cargo A. That's correct. Not yet. Maybe we'll see some with business jets or anything like that. But hey, at least you get to buy the A cargo stand. I mean, that's a nice quick way to get a cheap handling crew and a cheap contract capacity. So I'm all about that. Okay, let's play the landing minigame here. Wait, you got an email full message emailing to devs? That's weird. Are you sure? Are you sure it's not your email that's full? It might be your email that's full. Sometimes that'll happen too. Noodle said the CRJ9 was 3 before and it should be now 6. Thank you. That feature reminds us that we are broke to afford a new stand. I guess if you want to look at it that way. I forgot to take this plane off. Yeah, take off. So look, check this out, right? We got the AT-76 on the radar, and that should be right here. What's this one? Let me zoom in. Can I zoom in? Oh, this plane's coming back now. So you got the AT-76. Now we have this right here, which is a A319, not on the radar at all, right? Oh, this is it? Is this it? This is it. Okay. Maybe I had it sitting there for a while. We're gonna have to pay attention. We're gonna have to pay attention to see how does that work. Let's assign a contract here. CRJ2. The capacity is 50. So what I'm looking for here with the CRJ2 is just for another airport that's nearby, like this one right here, with 54 economy demand. I'm just gonna go ahead and assign it to that stand or to that destination. Get the ramp agent on there. Let's see. Is this still being handled? Oh, 23 seconds. No problem. No problem. We'll start handling the B-38M as well. And we're good to go. That's going to be good. Any tips on LHR? I just got it. I mean, I think a lot of tips are going to change from like right now. But yeah, a lot of tips are going to be different. I'm going to have to like really see how it's like with this new stands, right? Because before you could just buy an L stand for like what, 15,000 wallers, but now if you want to buy that same, D or E plane, it's going to cost you a lot more because you have to buy all the lower sizes. So it might be a good idea to just start like to buy the B and C stands, maybe even a D stand here and there, so that way you can handle local contracts, get a few player contracts as well, so that way you can handle from players too. But we're gonna have to take a look. It's good to see how it is on a new airport. Can you check Chile's airport? I want to know if my airport is there. We could go to map contracts real quick. So with map contracts, right, you can click on any airport. I know this isn't Chile. You can click on any airport. You could see what offers they have. And if it's a local contract, all you got to do is pay Wallers to get that contract. But if it's a regional contract, right, let's go down here. The regional contract, you're going to have to pay Silver Planes up until the point that you're a regional airport. So it's going to cost Silver Planes. Once you're a regional airport, it doesn't cost you any Silver Planes. So let's back out. Let's zoom in for TK. What's up, TK? Nice to see you, bro. I don't have any filters on either. Filters will help you like filter through the airports. And then we can go up to, you know, an international airports. Same thing with international airports. Once you become an international airport, the contract from the map does not cost Silver Planes, but until then you're gonna have to pay a pretty big amount of Silver Planes to get an international contract. I mean, the way I think about it is World of Airports wants you to kind of build up and develop your airport, right? You're not meant to start handling X or, you know, F planes on day one. Your local airport across the street is not able to handle an A380. I mean, even if the runway was long enough, right? But it doesn't have the crew, doesn't have the equipment. There's a lot of things that have to happen in an airport for you to handle such a large plane. And a lot of us were skipping that entire progression. You know, they introduced local, regional, and international airport kind of in this update. They had something similar in like the 1.0, but a lot of us were just like going directly to player planes. That's what I was doing. That's what I was recommending. Go right to player planes. You have nothing to worry about. You can get, you know, thousands of dollars for every handling. But now you have to play it a little bit differently, you know? It could be a good thing. It could be a bad thing, depending upon, you know, who you talk to. So you have to see. Is 10 gold planes useful? So you always want to trade in your 10,000 silver planes for 10 gold planes. You shouldn't. That's like everybody. There's not, I can't think of a single exception. Everybody needs to trade in their 10,000 silver planes for 10 gold planes as often as you can. Is 10 gold planes useful? I mean, it really depends on what you spend it on, right? If you're going to buy an airport, I think doesn't make sense. You can get airports for free. If you're going to buy a livery, whatever, that might make sense, right? If you're going to buy and unlock an airplane, that makes sense. If you're going to buy a premium pass with gold planes, that makes sense. But if you're going to use gold planes to, you know, buy Wallers, doesn't really make sense unless you're buying your gold planes, in which case our conversation's a little bit different. What you spend your money on isn't really, I mean, it's not up to me what you spend your money on. But a lot of people will end up spending their gold planes on, you know, things that you can get for free already in the game. And I always advise against that. All right, let's take a look at the radar here, right? So we have the AT-76 is the one plane that's going out. And then we do have a plane over here. I think we have two planes, right? One right here, runway occupied and runway occupied. So we're going to let the CRJ-2 take off because I think, oh, actually we have this on the plane, on the runway. Oh, wow. Look at that. The A319 has been sitting there for a while. This is it, right? JJ1127, JJ1127. That's incredible. So what that means, it just means that the departure manager just got a little bit more important. I mean, we could see what it looks like when we exit out of the airport and come back, because that's another way that planes could disappear or leave your airport. But you'll see here, right? This CRJ2 is not on the radar. Definitely not on the radar. And then once we clear it for takeoff, it's going to show back up. Now it's to take off, and there it is. So big difference. How major is it? We'll have to find out and see. But like, we have this plane right here, which is an A333. We're not going to actually be able to see this on our map because the contract has been finished. So even if we line up and take it off, it's not going to show up on the map. So we will have to wait for that. Here's the 2D map with the airport stands. We got terminal over there, terminal here, terminal 2B, terminal 3B, 3C, and then we got this one right here too, 3D. Right, can you cross yet? Yes, you can. Runway is occupied. We're gonna assign a contract to the E170. Oh, we got contract requests. Let's go to contracts. Got cats, express copy bar, and Hammy. Did I accept yours, Hammy? I did. Okay, we're gonna accept one more Shrek. Oh, and we got this one here too, huh? All right, so I need more stands, right? I need more contract capacity. You guys are sending a ton of requests, so here's what we're gonna do. I am going to buy the A stands over here. That's going to give me extra handling crew. I do want to save a little bit of wallers in case I need to buy equipment. I don't want to go too heavy on the stands, but that got me an extra three handling crew and extra 3 contract capacity. So that's going to help me. Let's see here, level 4, we get some silver planes. That's always nice. But I got 3.1 million now. So I don't really need it, but who knows with the new ATCs. And speaking of the new ATCs, let's take a look at them, right? Because I know a lot of people were kind of surprised about the pricing increase, right? So the price is a lot higher than it was before, right? Because before you would have 15 minutes and it would cost a lot less, but you have a lot more options here. And honestly, I thought it was kind of cheap anyways, the way it was before, but I get it. As if you're a free player or you don't play a lot, you don't need to have all 4 tower managers on. You could turn them on as needed. The one manager though that I would turn on almost all the time on my free account is the approach manager. So the approach manager here, you have speed settings. You know, the higher the speed, the more silver planes it costs. If you're a free player or you don't have a lot of silver planes, keep it at the lowest setting. You have duration. The one thing I want to recommend though with duration is you could always set it at the minimum. Just make sure you renew it before it expires, because when you're starting a new tower manager, it costs 35, but then the next extension only costs 20. The next extension costs only 20. So if you extend it while the timer is still going on, it's going to cost you less in silver planes. So in this case, I think I'm going to go ahead and put it in for 30 minutes. This is not my free account, so we'll go ahead and put it to high as well. And then you got the approach departure ratio. So far, at least with the stands that we started off at, it looks like one runway is for landing and 1 is for departures. So it doesn't look like the approach departure ratio is really going to impact the way we're playing, but yeah, that's what we have here. Then you got the arrival sequence. If you turn this off, that turns off the settings here, and you can adjust what you want landing first. So like for example, I might want E planes to land first because we have a lot more E stands here at this airport, and then maybe we do some C planes after that, and then B, and then the G. I don't know. I'll have to play with it a lot more now that we have now that I'm on my own game and not on the preview version, I can really see with the variety of planes and fleet planes that I have, I can really see how that's going to work. We have the departure. Very similar settings here. If you will change the departure ratio here, it changes it also for over there. So I put it 5:1 there, it changes it right here. So it's all related there as well. And we're going to do 30 minutes here, and we're going to do it fast. Actually, no, I'm not going to turn on departure manager because I want to see the radar changes. So we have the delivery manager. You could prefer favorite airplanes and the stand preference as well. So I think for the delivery, I'm going to prefer E and then D, and then B, and then C. F planes could be last. I'm okay with that. And then, of course, I want my airplanes to land first, then other player planes, and then airlines. So, and then we're going to do max speed, which speeds up the chocks. So that's cool. We got the ground manager. Now the ground manager tells you that they also manage runway crossings. So that's going to be helpful in this airport too. And it's also going to do pushbacks. So there we go. Now I don't have the departure manager on, so it's not going to automatically, none of these planes are going to automatically take off unless I tell them to. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to tell this plane to take off. This one's not going to appear on the radar because the contract's over. So we're going to take a look at the AT-45. Actually, as a matter of fact, I think what I want to do is I think I want to back out of this airport and then come back in, right? Because the patch notes over here, oh, I need to go back to the patch notes. The patch notes say something about right down here. Where is it? Here we go. Takeoff time offset. An aircraft departed via the takeoff button is giving a time advantage over an airplane departed via closing airport after pushback. So what does that mean? We're going to find out, right? So we have the AT-45 VO pass. Is that how you say it? It's a Z, what is it? 2Z0565. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to exit out of the airport. I'm going to come back in. And I'm going to take a look at the radar. There. It's not there. So I guess we'll have to come back and see when does that airplane show back up, because it's I don't think it's here. Yeah, it's not in the airport anymore. It's gone. It's physically gone from the airport. But when will it show up on the radar is what I'm trying to figure out. Right? So now I'm waiting, right? Now we have to wait for that airplane to leave this airport technically. I would have been better off telling that plane to take off, you know? It would have been handled right away. But this is for science. All right, now this plane right here is 78 passenger capacity. So let's find an airport that has something kind of close to it. That's the extent of my science when it comes to this. Oh, 78. There we go. And start handling. What does my crew look like, or my equipment? Everything is nothing's working. Okay, that's weird. Oh, we got bags here being handled. This one can claim rewards. Nice 5 XP. That's the best part about getting an airport when it first releases, is all the event planes. Mirdita, I don't know, man. But please don't spam. Why Lufthansa, CRJ and Austrian CRJ not in contract in Innsbruck and Prague and Bari? I'm not sure. That's not me. When does the timer start now in 3.0? Let's take a look. Oh, you're talking about for starting to handle a plane? The timer starts when you start adding crew. Nothing's changed there. What I'm trying to find out right now is we had like an AT-75. We exited the game, right? And we had an AT-75 that was pushed back, ready for departure. But we didn't take it off in the game. And one of the patch notes here says an aircraft departed via takeoff button is given a time advantage over an airplane departed after closing the airport. So I'm trying to figure out, when does that AT-75, when is that going to show up on the radar as a departed plane? When is it going to show up? Yeah, I think I did Formidable Revol. I did Sam. I did Cats. Max Neo is a new one. Here we go. I do intend on accepting all the contracts if you guys can wait a little bit. I'm gonna, I'm gonna prioritize the seaplanes more than I prioritize a lot of the other planes, simply because I know I can handle a lot of I can handle seaplanes, whereas the other sizes are a little bit tougher. Plus, I only have 3,000 Wallers right now. I don't really like spending my gold planes on Wallers in general in World of Airports. I do have 1,000 gold planes though, so I might end up deciding to buy 1.2 million Wallers, but in a lot of ways, I much rather use this 1,000 gold planes on unlocking an airplane, some liveries for the airplane, and the premium pass, which I did. What is the Boeing pass or Airbus pass? So it says right here, the airplanes are available for all the airports. So looks like when you purchase this pack, you get 4 738s, 3 764s, 2 78Xs, and 1 748 that you get with delivery. I might be able to I might purchase it off stream, but we'll have to take a look. Let's see, is this AT-75 taken off yet? No, I still don't see it. Weird. Let's go ahead and line this guy up. This guy's not going to show up on the radar, mainly because it's a finished contract. Apparently it's just special contracts with the handling. That's interesting. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'll keep an eye out on that. Filter to only see planes that need services is useless now. Yeah, I mean, it's hard for the landing planes for sure. But what you can do, what I've been doing, at least at MSY in New Orleans when I was playing earlier, is I filtered it to planes only on this airport. I know if you use the requiring action filter, you're gonna see all the planes that also need landing. My opinion is, if there's stands that I can buy, then yeah, maybe it makes sense to have this alert, because I can get this plane landed if I buy this stand. But if there are no stands for me to buy, then that alert should go away. But that's more of a nuanced take. I know you guys are all about this, like, ones or zeros, you know? There's no gray area. But that's my thought on it. Let's see here. We got the E190 with catering overlap. Catering is 2.5 minutes on this. And on this guy, it's 1.5 minutes. I can wait. Yeah, this can wait. We're gonna have to wait 2.5 minutes though. But even with the 2.5 minute delay, it's still gonna get handled on time. So no rush. I don't need to buy another equipment. I'm just gonna wait it out, and that'll save me some money so I can buy more of these A stands. Is the Antonov 225 useful for big airports? I mean, not really. I mean, it's just like any other larger plane. It's going to get you more Wallers when you handle it, but it takes like over 30 minutes to handle if you put max crew on it. Or I think it's like 23 minutes if you put the maximum amount of crew on it. So it takes a long time to handle. And now, with the introduction of G stands, the G plane will block a lot of the stands next to it, so it might make it even worse now. How are you finding the new UI? So I've been playing the new UI for over a week now, right? And for me, I'm very, very much used to it. So it's very interesting to see you guys all kind of experiencing it for the first time, because you guys are having like the same issues that I had. You know, like for example, when you're choosing where to land your plane, for example, I can't do that now because I have the ATC tower on. But when you're choosing a plane to land and you're choosing a stand, right? In the older versions, we would have to tap on that stand number and then tap it again to confirm. Now you tap on the stand number and then you have to hit a separate confirm button. So that took a lot of muscle memory. Like I had to kind of unlearn that. But after about about 3 days, I kind of unlearned it, you know? So I know muscle memory is a real thing, and it's very hard to kind of get over it. But that's what a lot of it is us getting over the things we've gotten so used to doing for the past, you know, many years, 3-4 years. For the new UI, what else? Yeah, I mean, a lot. I really love the handling crew. It just makes it so much easier. Like the handling crew slider here, just so much easier to handle to handle all the planes at once. Like I was playing MSY earlier off stream, and man, it was just so great. Just being able to not have to tap like, you know, 14 times just to handle an X plane. Very, very nice. Why nobody care about the A124 is because the A225 exists. I love the new UI because I don't have to favorite my aircraft to be only handle my planes. That's true too. You have these options too. I haven't been able to really play too much with these options because I was playing on a developer server, so like my account wasn't there, so I didn't have like a huge variety of planes. I was handling a lot of B, C, and a few D planes, not a lot of E or F planes that I was handling at that time. So with this, being able to, you know, especially with the delivery manager, being able to prioritize my airplanes or other player planes and then prioritize based on size, I think it's going to be really cool. I'm excited to see how we all use that in different airports and in different areas. But let's see here. So at level 5, I get more handling crew. Level 6, I get some airplanes, a contract and an airplane. And then level 7, I get 10,000 currency. So I think at level 7 is when I'll probably buy a D stand, a separate D stand for 8,000 wallers. When I do the D stand though, I think I want to do this one over here. Definitely don't do this one. This one should probably be like one of the last D stands you unlock, because these stands right here, 505R, 504R, 504L, and 503, these stands right here came unlocked with the airport. So if you were to unlock 504 and you get a D plane in there, you're going to automatically block off 504 L and R. So that's probably going to be one of the last ones I unlock. Same thing with 505. It's going to block 505R and 504R. So definitely one of the later ones I'm going to unlock. Right now, I think my next one is going to be like 411, because I don't have 411R or L, anything unlocked there. So I think we'll unlock 411 for D size once I get 8,000 wallers. All right, how's this looking? We got 1 minute on handling, 1 minute over there. So we're going to go ahead and start handling this small, or the C plane here. That plane's pushing back. I forgot to check the radar, but it looks like this AT-75 left about 10 minutes ago, right? It's actually, wait, it's 14:31 right now. So this plane left about 6 or 7 minutes ago. I forget how long that took, but because but it did take a while. It took like a couple of minutes before it departed, you know? So we'll have to take a look back at the tape, you know, rewind the recording so we can see how long it actually took. But pretty interesting. Oh wow, look at how close this is. Something else was delayed. Probably the baggage was delayed, and I didn't even notice. But look at how close that was. That could have been bad. You're hung up on the needs action filter. Yeah, for now, the requiring action, I've been pairing it up with the airplanes on airport to really help me with determining action. The worst part though, that doesn't help you if you have planes that need to cross the runway, because for planes that need to cross the runway, they are still technically on arriving airplanes. So yeah, you're gonna have to kind of still click through the arriving airplanes for that. But I'm with you. Even more reason to use the departure man, or what's it, the ground manager. Even more reason. Why WoA hasn't added Russian aircraft and airlines? So the World of Airports developers are based out of the Czech Republic. And I'm pretty sure some of Russian airlines and airports used to be in the game. But because of the conflict in Ukraine, they had to get removed. So I'm pretty sure it's out of the developers' hands. And when it comes to those airports, does anyone know where to find players' names on the handling cards for your own aircraft? So right now, there's no. It's only on the fleet menu here. So I know these planes right here aren't player contracts, but you can only see it if you go into my fleet right now. I know it's very inconvenient. Like I said before, I was testing on the dev server, so we really didn't have a lot of multiplayer. But when you're in the airport, there's no way over here to tell whose plane it goes or who it's going to. But if you go into your plane card in my fleet, it'll show you, it has another option up here that says I think connection, and then it has the player name. But when you're in the airport, it doesn't tell you that. All right, so we reached level 6. We got more handling crew. We got some more planes. And then once we get that currency, I'm going to go ahead and unlock that D gate. Why is Prague still using Run Runway? That's how it's used in real life. And that is literally the developer's like home airport. So that one's that one's probably going to be more realistic because the developers are very familiar with that airport. What's up, Rhoda Bridge? The control tower instructions is a lot better. It's clear to understand for other players. I agree. Yep. Douglas Smith said, pre 3.0, my in-fleet consisted of mostly 752s. Now only one stand can handle them. Yeah, time to sell, right? Time to sell those planes, probably. I haven't played Innsbruck. I haven't played like even St. Martin. I really haven't played a lot of. Actually, I haven't played any of those airports. I only played MSY and LHR on 3.0 on my account. Yeah, I've only played 3 airports on 3.0 so far, so very limited experience. But it sounds like the best course of action for the 752s for a lot of airports is to sell them. Sell not all of them, but sell, you know, a few of them, maybe a lot of them. Of course, it, you know, depends on you and what you want to do with your airport. But if you only have one stand, it probably makes sense to sell them. Maybe buy a few other different planes. But I know for a lot of people, the 752 was the plane that I recommended as a medium plane, right? So now it might not be as great of a plane as it used to be because of the size designation change. So we'll have to see. I don't know if you have any other planes unlocked, but like an E190, still a pretty solid plane. Only 4 gold planes to unlock, so really cheap. I mean, it doesn't give you the range, it doesn't give you the money like a 752 does, but still something you might want to consider, because like you could still make some get some fleet, get some contracts, especially from Innsbruck with an E190. Yo, what's up, JD Robots? Nice to see you, bro. Shout out to him, man, because he's been busy all morning, helping people on the World of Airports Discord and the Phat Airlines Discord. He's one of the developers. Really happy to see you, man. Nice. I'm really happy with what you guys did with the update. I'm really loving it. I'm having a great time so far. I'm just running into contract capacity issues, which we will have to take a look at soon. We got 6,000 Wallers. So what I'm doing right now is I'm saving up so that way I can buy stand 411. Now, I would tell you guys, definitely 504 should be like one of the last stands you unlock. I mean, the good thing is once you unlock it, you do get an additional handling crew and contract slot. But it's going to block 2 of your existing stands that you got for free with the airport. Even the same thing with 505. It's going to block 2 of the stands you get for free. So think smart, think ahead. Maybe that's one of the last 2 that you unlock. You know, 409 could be good. 411, I think right here, you know, stand 502 was really great for me. Yeah, it was really great for me, so I'm excited. Right, let's see what else. Name rewards, get rewards and upgrade, and now it's pushing back. Yo, what's up, Christopher? Why WoA haven't added? I already answered that. Please don't spam. Really loving 3.0. Only can't find the name of my players playing. Yeah. So with your own fleet planes, there's no way to see it on the left hand side right now. But what you can see it when you go into your fleet. Right now, my planes right now, these planes can't go to a playable airport. But when you go in here, right above the state, it's going to have the connection name. So you're going to see it here. But when you're in the airport, that's something that's missing. I'm pretty sure the devs are going to add that back in because that's something that's kind of important, right? We want to be able to handle specific people. Like, it's good to see the contract information, right? Because you might also want to handle the one that's 9 out of 10 first before you handle the one that's at, you know, 1 out of 10. But let's say, for example, you have a player who's playing, like, let's say you're sending me planes right now, right? Like you're Shrek or Noodle, and you've got a bunch of planes coming my way, and you know I'm playing GRU right now, so you want to send me those planes. That way we can make sure we're handling them a couple times. Kind of hard to do. It does tell you the call sign though, so you can probably associate it with call signs. That might be a way to kind of overcome it while, you know, while we hope to see it in the game in the future. So you can see, like, this one's PPEIZ. I can look for that plane and into my list and use that. But definitely, I know, not ideal. But it's hey, we can't change it right now. So let's figure out how we can make it work right now with what we have, while we suggest things to the developers to make it even better for us. Because remember, when 2.0 came out, there's a lot of things that we also didn't like, but the developers listened to our feedback and improved things a whole lot. Like, even I think it was 2.1 where we got the ATC, the tower managers in the game, which vastly improved the game. So, you know, keep your hopes up, man. Keep playing, keep gaming. Oh, and I need to make sure these planes depart, because otherwise, if they don't depart, they are never going to leave the airport, right? PPEIZ. This one's, oh yeah, here it is. Okay, cool. So they do leave the airport, which is good. Even though I haven't told this plane to take off, it's still here on the radar, but it can be a lot longer. Hopefully it doesn't reset. Oh, no, 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 it reset. That's a little sad, but understandable, but sad. I got a cough. Excuse me, guys. So yeah, you definitely need to make sure you're on top of your departing planes. All right, we're at 6,000 Wallers. How can you sell planes? I haven't had to sell a plane yet, but Mert said click I and then go to a maintenance menu. So I think it has to, the plane has to be off contract as well. Usually that's how it works in in 2.0 version. Go ahead and make sure we line up these planes because we got to get them out of here. And just saw you can edit flight numbers for airline contracts. That's right. This one's been finished. So here we go. You can click on the I here. You can go to, I think it's info. No, it's in contract. And you can actually edit the flight number. You can make it whatever you want. And then you pay 10 silver planes to change it. I don't know why. I'm not going to, that's not a feature I'm going to be using like at all. But a lot of people are excited about it. So I'm happy for you guys who are excited about it. That's nice to see. What I missed, what reset. So I had a plane over here. Let's say it was this. I had a plane that was waiting for, that was lining, like waiting for takeoff. And when I looked on the radar, this plane was like already like right here. Because I waited so long for it to depart, it automatically did it. But then I told it to take off from my airport and it reset. It left my airport at the same time it took off from the runway. Even though on the radar it was already maybe halfway there, or it was already went some distance to get there. So that was a little sad. But something, I mean, to keep in mind, and it does give more value to the departure manager. You know, no longer is it like just beneficial to just have no longer is it beneficial just to have all of your airports with a very long queue heading out to trying to leave the airport. So I get why some people don't like the change, but it gives more meaning to like having an airplane take off from the airport, you know? Whereas before it was like, it didn't really matter. Like you could just exit the game and come back. But even if you exit the game and come back, it's still like a 3 to 5 minute delay. I don't know the exact timing, where I'm gonna have to look back at the footage. And I'm not even sure if the footage is gonna tell me, but we'll have to see. Is that a bug then? It might be a bug, it might not be. I don't know. Your A318 is coming my way now. Nice. Thank you very much. Yeah, I could technically buy a lot more A stands, right? I could buy this A stand, this A stand right here, this one over here. So I can buy 3 more A stands for the 6,000 wallers that I have, which I might do once I get this currency. But I really want to buy another D stand, even though all my contract planes here, except for one, are all E planes. So that's going to be tough. That's going to be tough. We're going to be here for a while handling those special event planes, but the special event planes definitely worth it. You get 5 XP for each of those. So that might even get me to level 9, which is going to be a huge jump. Very different if you're playing, you know, weeks from now when those event planes are not available. Very different. Now, force closing the airport when it's bottled up isn't as beneficial. It's only beneficial if you're done with that airport, right? Let's say you have your San Diego's completely backed up and you've handled all your planes and you're done. Then yeah, exit the airport, you're good to go. But if you're like on a brand new airport, like I'm here at GRU, I want to make sure these planes take off as soon as possible, so that way they can start their round trip, right? This is a 7-minute trip to SDU and then 7 minutes back. So if I had this waiting over here for 7 minutes, it would just delay everything. But it's happening with departures. So with the departures, you have this AT-76, right? Call sign AD6414. Nowhere here, right? You have here's an AT-76, AD9658, different airplane, okay? You have this, so even though this plane is pushed back, ready for departure, it's not on the radar because it hasn't left the airport. So now you have to tell the airplane to line up. It's still in the airport, right? It's still not on the radar. But once it lines up, then you tell it to depart, to take off. Then it'll show up on the radar. Right? Take off. And now it's on the radar. Now it's heading to its destination. So really interesting change, you know? Changes the way we have to game a little bit, you know? Which is, you know, that's the whole point of updates. Can't have the same thing, and you know, sometimes things have to get a little harder. Sometimes things get easier too, but sometimes things have to get harder. Excuse me. Is Basel Airports good for beginning? I'm not sure what that means, man. It makes it more realistic on the map. Yeah, it does. Sometimes, sometimes you don't want realistic, for me, I don't mind. I do like it because it gives me a reason to activate the departure manager, right? Whereas before it was like, I could just back out of the airport and then reload the airport. Like, yeah, my planes have to re-land, but there was like really not a huge need for the departure manager. Now the departure manager, not only does the departure manager, does the lineup and the takeoff, but you have the priority as well. Not priority. You have the ratio. What's it called? Approach departure ratio. So you have that as well, and then it'll allow those planes to kind of leave your airport immediately versus on a delay. How do you filter the only available stands? I have a hard time using it, accidentally buying new stands. Well, for one, I would just, I don't think there is a way. Just be careful. It says confirm and purchase. I think I might have done the same thing as you though when I first started playing this version. Now I've been playing this, version for about over a week now. So I'm a lot more familiar with the way things function and work here. But, or you could even just select a stand using the map, right? The map will show you, well, it's hard for me to show you because I don't have any stands available for this, but this will be lit up, I think, in green, right? The D and E will be green. So you can click on the stands that way too. You're waiting for your Concorde to land? Yeah, I think a Concorde can be sent from, a Concorde can be sent from St. Martin to GRU. Oh, here's a Concorde. We got 47 seconds, 1 minute over there, 3 minutes over here, and nothing seems to be delayed, so that's fantastic. That is fantastic. Any Indian airport will come in World of Airports. I know the goal of the World of Airports developers is to get an airport, to live up to their name, have airports all over the world, right? So I think we're missing like continental Africa, right? So hopefully we see one there soon. And then, Kuba-san mentioned in the Ask the Developers that they're working on like a generic airport feature, which will allow them to, kind of build a generic airport, which means that it's not a fully built out airport, but this generic airport, they kind of get to see how many people are interested in that airport. And then with that information and data, they can then decide whether or not to release an airport for everybody to use. Your hub is LHR and the tower manager is very helpful. I agree. Very helpful to have the tower manager now. Very helpful. Antarctica too. I think they're going to have an Antarctica airport though. I wouldn't expect that. Maybe that's just me though. Maybe you guys are expecting that. I have a 3 p.m. meeting? Way. I don't. Okay. Yeah, for now, especially since things don't work exactly as they used to, I think like having the tower managers could be super helpful for a lot of people. Super helpful. Yeah, it's going to be a learning experience for the first couple of weeks for all of us, even for me, because like I was not able to play multiplayer. There was very limited multiplayer experience I had when it came to playing World of Airports. So now I get to play multiplayer. So I'm excited to see how that goes, and yeah, we'll see how that goes. Very excited. I have a friend that said in 3.0 we earn more wallers per handle. Do you think it's true? I mean, I haven't really noticed that, but I've only played LHR and MSY and GRU, so I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Let's look at the runway. Lewis asked, this is GRU, right? Yes. Yes, it is. You also have the issue where you can't find a random player rival. I was having that earlier, and I'm not surprised. Well, I was having that earlier at MSY. But what you can do, and look, it says here, next attempt in an hour. But what I've done before the stream was if you close the game, I think I force close the game, but I don't know if you have to force close it. But if you close the game and reopen it, then the random arrival will be there. At GRU, you know, it's a new airport, so I'm not surprised if there are no arrivals because, you know, you got a lot of time to fill in. But over the next couple of weeks, I expect to see very little, no random arrivals available. Very few. What's up, Harry? Thank you for the compliment. Where is GRU located? In Brazil. Right over here. It's the green dot. Now look at all these planes. How long? 1 hour, 47 minutes. Oh, cool. Nice, from MSY. From San Diego. Let's go. I didn't even like look to see where they were coming from. I just accepted them. What's the longest flight from GRU? I mean, I guess we can go into my fleet here. Configure and buy. We can go to, what is it? A35K. Go right here. This A35K, I think, has the longest range in the game. Realistic range. And let's go to reference destination. Let's actually, let's go back real quick. Put 100% first class. We can go to MSY. You can go over here. Not a lot of profit on that. You can't go to, oh, hold on. Can you go to Sydney with the right config? Oh, you can go to Sydney. That's cool. No Nagoya. There we go. That's much better. Yeah, you got a good amount of choices for the A35K. Only airport really, a playable airport you can't go to is Nagoya. Is that a range issue? Let's find out. 24 first class. Yeah, so it's a profitability. Is it a range? And a range issue. Yeah, profits and range. Yo, what's up, Voitando? Bartek is having issues with BlueStacks. Sorry, bro. I know a lot of people are having issues, but that's why I always, like, people ask how do you play on PC? Well, I don't play on PC. I play on an iPad Pro. But even beyond that, I don't usually recommend the emulators because of, like, it's not supported by the developers, you know. There's so many settings, and like then it relies on your PC settings, and then there's like a cache thing that happens in BlueStacks too, where it doesn't like clear your cache the same way a phone does. So there's a lot of like small little things, but in general, I don't use BlueStacks. I don't recommend it either. What's up, Fernando? Thank you for joining. Hammer Mike said, can you play on laptop? No, you can't. The only way you can play on a laptop is if it's a MacBook. So on a MacBooks, the newer MacBooks, those with like the M1 chip, which is like their processor, those newer MacBooks, they have the capability to natively play iPhone and iOS apps, or iPhone and iPad apps and games. And World of Airports does work on the MacBook. I think I have a video on that, how to play World of Airports with your mouse. But on a Windows laptop, no, that's not possible without an emulator, which is like BlueStacks. But a lot of people are having issues with BlueStacks today. Any tips about San Diego airports? It's going to be different. Like, I need to see what the game is like with these new stands, right? Because now when it comes to stands, you have to buy the lower stands in order to buy the bigger ones. You know, GRU is pretty interesting because the lowest stand here is D, so I don't have to buy A, B, or C. But if I had to buy A, B, and C, this would cost me $20,000 because I would have to buy A, which is $2,000, B, which is $4,000, C, which is $6,000, and then D, which is $8,000. So we're lucky enough that this stand is D and E only, so I don't have to buy A, B, and C. But when it comes to like buying this stand right here, I have to pay $12,000. So in this case, I'm better off buying this D, even though I can't handle as many seaplanes. So I have enough wallers for it now, so we're gonna go ahead and buy it. And let's get that plane. Oh, that plane should be landing. SF Striker said, I was thinking for that multi-gates, the ATC isn't worth it because ATC will land the planes by size, and you need to land each size per stand in order to not lock the other stands. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, is that we're going to have to really play around with the ATC stand preference. You know, how does this actually work with landing planes? So that way you don't block other planes, right? So, for example, if you were to park an E plane here at stand 504, it would block D and E on 505. It would also block D and E at 503. But probably not ideal. If you were to park an E plane here at 505, you would just block 504. So when it comes to the delivery manager is probably just going to assign to whatever is the first available. I don't know what the logic is behind that. I didn't have, during testing, a lot of larger planes. You know, I had a lot of smaller planes, but not a lot of larger planes. So we'll have to kind of learn that together and figure out how that works. But yeah, I mean, there could always be a benefit for manually handling planes, right? Not only do you save your silver planes, but you can also make sure the planes are assigned where you need them to be. But I think ATC is more of a more let me chill while playing World of Airports kind of feature. Because like you can manually handle everything if you really wanted to, but like for me, I don't usually do that too often. Sometimes I will, but I don't like doing that too often. When should you stop a contract? Is it when you have it maxed out? I mean, here's what I do. I can tell you what I do. So I'll cancel contracts. So, well, hold on. When do you cancel a contract? But player contracts, I pretty much never cancel them. Player contracts are always at 10 out of 10. If people want to extend them, I usually let them extend them. Same thing with my own fleet planes. I kind of keep them going nonstop. Now with other airlines, here's what I end up doing. Once I'm like level 20 or so, like probably like mostly when like closer to like the regional airport status, but like level 20 or so. So like, yeah, level 27 is regional here at GRU. So around level 20 is when I start to reduce the number of regular airlines that I'm handling. So I'll knock out the smaller planes first, especially if it's like an airport like LHR where you're not running into handling crew issues. If it's an airport like Leipzig where you don't have a lot of handling crew, actually having small planes is very, very beneficial. So it kind of varies, right, based on the airport. But I start canceling contracts of the planes that I don't want to handle anymore because they're just not giving me a lot of XP, or they're taking up too much handling crew depending upon the size of the airport, right? And then I replace those contracts with more player contracts. That gives me more opportunities to play with other people and to get maximum rewards, because player contracts give you the max rewards for handling that plane. How did you become rich in WoA? I played a game a lot. Which terminal should be unlocked next? That's a great question, right? So 25,000, 30,000, 35, 30. I'm probably looking at unlocking Terminal 1A next, mainly because it's a combination terminal, right? It has cargo stands and passenger stands. We click on, I think, 105L here. It's a combined stand, which has, you know, A, B, C, D, and passenger and cargo. You got 104 as a cargo stand. Okay, so it looks like the largest parts of the stand. Oh, here's a combined stand for D, E, and F. So I'm gonna need an F stand eventually, by today. I'm gonna need an F stand because I got some A380s landing. So where am I gonna get an F stand? Over here. I could probably, let me see here. Do we have any more F stands over here? Yeah, we got a F stand here, but that's 35, and this is cargo terminal. We got this. So I think I would rather buy a combined stand, cargo / passenger, for my next stand. So that way I can handle both at the same time. Eventually that'll get annoying, right? Because you're going to have cargo planes and passenger planes waiting to land. And you got to figure out how you're going to prioritize that. But I think 1A is going to be the one I unlock next. And then I probably unlock a stand like 102 over here, where I can get D, E, and F for my stand. Great question, thank you. A whole layout change for this game. They changed the UI, but a lot of things are essentially the same as what it was before. David said I can land passenger and cargo at 2 airports. Yeah, the patch notes said at GRU, Innsbruck, Bari, and St. Martin. Those are airports where you can land. They have combo stands. How many terminals are there at GRU? Let's go to 2D view so you can see them all, right? So you got 1A over here. You got terminal cargo. You got 2A over here, 2B. You got 3B. You got 3 extension, and then you got another 3 extension over here. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 terminal / extensions to unlock. It allows use old airport green coin or wallers. No. And the wallers, the green coin, is limited to that airport. They actually used to be called airport wallers, but now they're just called wallers. But those are limited to that single airport, whereas your gold planes and silver planes are shared across your entire account. The new update is terrible. I think you need to give it a shot, man. You've only had the game for about, what, 3 hours? Actually, longer than that. 6 hours. If you woke up at when the update first came out, you got to give it a chance, man. Change is hard. Believe me, change is very hard. You got to learn new things. But there's a lot of features in the game that are a lot better than they were before. But hey, if that's your opinion, that's your opinion, man. But whoever designed the UI needs to be fired. That's kind of harsh, man. I think the UI is pretty good. But hey, that's how you feel, man. That's how you feel. You don't like the negativity here, though. At least if you're gonna be negative, come up with some constructive criticism. You know, see what would you do to make it better next time. You know, that's what I want to hear. I don't want to hear everything sucks. I mean, that doesn't help anybody. When's the call supposed to be? It's about an hour and a half, hour 15. Mart says, for me, this is the best WoA update. I agree, man. You know, not only do we have the handling crew sliders, which are really, really time saving, you have options to buy additional fleet, more than one at a time, which is really cool, especially for established airports. Like right here, the handling crew slider, just fantastic. You can just click or drag. If you want to click 3 times, you know, if you really liked clicking because you hate the new UI, you can still hit the plus button multiple times if that's what you want to do, man. I don't want to do that. I'm going to drag the slider every single time. Every single time. There are some things that, you know, that can get fixed, and we've been talking about it, right? Like we can, you know, having all these planes on alert just kind of feels bad. My opinion is, you know, these planes, I'm fine with these planes being alert because I can buy more stands so that way they can get to a stand. But if there's no stands for me to buy, then they should disappear, and they don't. They just say all of them are occupied or blocked. So that feels bad, but World Airport developers are always listening to our feedback, and you know, they're applying our feedback too. Look at what they did with 2.0, guys. Don't be so down. Don just said the same thing I did. The only thing I don't like is if there's aircrafts without stands, it shows unrequired action. It's confusing. Yeah, I agree. I'm with you there. I also wish that we could like disable some stands, right? So let's say, for example, here, or let's say this, right? Let's say I wanted to disable B on this stand, right? So that way we can make sure no B planes get to this stand. There's no way for me to disable B. I think that would solve a lot of concerns people have about like the delivery manager or the approach manager. The delivery manager mainly, right? The delivery manager assigning planes to the wrong stands. If we could disable a stand size, we still have to buy it. But if we can disable B, even though we bought it, I think that would solve a lot of concerns that people have too. How long till they release the first bug minor update? Well, I know when I wouldn't be surprised if we see something tomorrow, but I have no information. I know like some people are having a problem logging into Google Play, right? Some people are having a problem in BlueStacks. BlueStacks is not officially supported, but there's a lot of people who play on it anyways, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if they worked on a quick fix that could help them out. But of course, you know, the people who play on supported platforms need to be fixed first. What do I think about... Hold on. All right, see you later, hockey fan. Thanks for hopping in, man. What do you think about the combined stands? I haven't used a single one yet, so I don't have a really like strong opinion yet because I haven't used it. In theory, though, it sounds pretty awesome, especially for like a brand new airport. But as you become more established, it probably gets more annoying to have like those the combined gates, all with multi gates as well. It could probably get annoying as you start like reaching max level. But in the beginning, Like that's why I'm gonna unlock Terminal 1A over here first, because I need to get some cargo stands and I need to get some passenger stands for larger planes. So what's the best way to do that is by in my opinion, well, this is my strategy so far. It might change, you know, after I play the game a little bit and then I unlock it on my other accounts. But my strategy is to unlock Terminal 1A, then to unlock this stand 102, buy the F stand, which will probably cost me like 30,000 wallers or so, or more. Actually, probably more. Probably cost me like 35,000 wallers for D, E, and F, and then that way I can handle D, E, and F passenger and D, E, and F cargo planes there. Where is the G cargo stand, by the way? Let's look around. Is it over here, but the terminal G? Because we're gonna have to unlock the G cargo stand because we have that event plane. I don't see any G's. Yo, thank you for the follow, guys. I appreciate that. That's very nice. Do you see G over here? G is this last one. Oh, here it is. 202. Thank you, CRJ. Or CJRV Williams. CRJ. That's your new nickname. No, I'm kidding. So yeah, this is gonna have to be a priority too eventually. But the main priority is just to accept this before 4 days are up, because you don't have to land that plane immediately. It does take up a contract slot though, so that's a bad part, but you don't have to land it immediately. All right, we got more wallers now, so I could probably buy more stands. Nah, only 12,000, so not quite a lot of stands. So what do I want to do with this 12,000? Do I save it up? Because I already bought the second L stand. You know, I think this is an E stand I bought here. Excuse me. Okay, I only bought an E stand over there. So if I want to make this into an E stand, I only bought D. So I want to make this E stand. How much would that cost? D is 8, E is 18, so it's 10,000. But like, I'm better off. I don't know. I feel like I need to like just buy it, either buy it up front, because when I spend my wallers, I want to get additional contract capacity. I don't know. Maybe it's old thinking. It's like, this is a new game now, right? It's a new strategy we have to do. So maybe my old thinking is not correct anymore. There's 2 in total? They're in the corners of terminal cargo. 2 in total. Hold on, I missed the other one then. Oh yeah, there it is. 113. Wait, 113 has G, and so does this one, 202. Bag. Now it seems so easy to find now that I know where they are. Not the first person to do that. Well, I'm gonna try not to do it again. All right, we're gonna go ahead and extend it one more time, and then we can check out some other airports, because that's just how it is in a new airport. It's gonna be slow. Let's look at the radar. Oh, we got some planes coming in 30 minutes. So we got some reasons to come back. An hour for these guys. And an hour and a half for those guys to 2 hours. Got my plane heading there, which is 10 minutes away. And then these planes are coming back in 1 minute, 7 minutes. Not too bad. Also, if your contract is delayed, you can bribe it to make it on time. Yeah, that's been a feature since 2.0, I'm pretty sure. Before 2.0, you had to use a speed up button in order to get it to be on time, right? So there was no way to remedy it after the plane was done handling. Now you only have one option. Yo, we got our first arrival. This is the first one I accepted too. Noodle, thank you for your plane, bro. You guys, you notice in this contract card here, it shows the player's colors. I think that's really awesome, right? You guys, primary color, his secondary color, and his accent. I mean, you could see it on the plane too, but it's on the card. I think that's a cool little touch. Now, on your own plane, you can't change your airplane registration. You have to still buy more planes to get different registrations. And then, of course, you get to see the rewards. With player contracts, you start off at tier 10 right off the bat. Whereas, like, non-player contracts, like this guy right here, you could see all the rewards. You can scroll. You can see where I was at tier 1. Now I'm at tier 2. So you can see the rewards, and you can keep scrolling to see through the rest of the rewards. See, at tier 10, I'm going to get 96 silver planes and 41 XP. Not a lot. That's why once I reach like those 20s, I get rid of a lot of these smaller contracts, especially at airports where I have a lot of handling crew. And I feel like this is one of those airports that I might have a lot of handling crew for. Let's see what I can't buy more contract capacity, guys. I apologize. But I do want to let you know that I will be getting to your contract request as soon as I can. We can bribe planes. Yeah, you can bribe your contract. So if your contract finishes with a thumbs down, you can pay silver planes, I think it is, to get it to finish with a thumbs up instead. That card gives us a little of alliances. Yeah, that's actually an interesting take. Yep. That's probably where we're going to get like our custom logo, right? Right on that card. Like we get our custom logo. Yeah, I've been saying a lot of what we're seeing in this update is like building more groundwork towards all the promised stuff that we've had from World Airport developers. You know, there's a lot of things that they want to include in the game, and it's going to take a little bit of time to get them in the game and some updates, right? So these things are all things that are allowing them to include like alliances in the game. You know, this airport would not be possible if blocked stands were not a thing, right? And shared stands. And like when MSY, when New Orleans first came out, I had a really hard time trying to come up with a way to explain how stands were being blocked. But the new UI really makes it clear that, hey, this 504 is going to block 504 for L and R. If you have a D plane here, it's going to block 503 for E planes. It's also going to block 505 for E planes. If you have an E plane parked at 504, you're going to block stand 505, and you're also going to block 503 for D and E planes. So I think the new UI really does a great job of showing that too, versus, you know, the old version. I had a really hard time trying to think of a way to kind of explain it because a lot of people did not know how it worked, and I had an idea of how it worked, but the new UI just does a so much better job than I could have done. Do you think using Tower Manager with all controllers active will still be silver planes profitable with lots of traffic after the price increase in 3.0? So far, yes. You know, I've been using Tower Manager. Well, actually, I gotta think about it. MSY, I had a lot of planes parked there that had a lot of that were complete, like waiting for completion. But I do think. Hold on, let's take a look one more time. So if you put the Tower Managers on for an hour at, you know, well, for what I have, 3, 1, 3, and 3, then it costs almost 1,000 silver planes. And I easily could make over, like, that's one A380 completion. You're getting over 1,000 silver planes. So yeah, I still think it's possible. You just got to be playing. You know, you can't really, it's the AFK, you know, being away from your device that might not be profitable. Okay, let's assign crew over here. We're gonna wait on that. What does crew look like here? 2 minutes for bus. I think I should buy another bus, but I'm actually, oh, this is being handled. 38 seconds, dang. I probably should buy another bus, huh? 2,500? No, I want to buy more stands. I got 2 more levels before I get more Wallers. We'll have to think about it. Is the Beluga a G plane? No, I think the only G plane is the A225. Your airline name is missing off the DH-64? No! That's sad. That is sad. That was like one of the key like benefits of that plane. What are you saying, Ultra? Ultra, are you complaining about ATC? I'm using ATC at full power. Most people don't have to use ATC at full power. And the only reason I'm using it at full power is because I have 3 million silver planes. Oh, I probably shouldn't have started handling. 20 seconds, not too bad. Like on my free-to-play account, I am not using all 4 tower managers at once. No, there's no way I'm doing that. I'm probably only going to be using approach. I'll use ground if it's an airport where they need to do crossing runways, which are quite a few now. And then I'll activate departure only if it gets backed up, because departure is more important now than it was before. So I'll activate departure, but I won't activate them all at the same time. And in delivery, I don't even really need the delivery manager. Why not? You can always assign planes yourself, right? Now, you can see over here on the left hand side, I got 3 on here. I got 1 on departure, 3 on delivery, 3 on ground. I think for departure, I forgot to set it to the highest. So like even like, yeah. All right, let's see what are being handled. That has 1 minute. That has 36 seconds. So I think we'll handle the medium plane next. Actually, we should handle the large plane. Better extend it? I don't think I'm going to actually. I think I'm going to let it time out, and then we can go to, actually, how much time are on the arrivals? 15 minutes. Maybe we have time to do the arrivals too. Yeah. What's up, Varku? Yo, what's up, Rick Rashid? Rick, I saw you send me a Discord message if the premium pass is worth it. And I end up, after I'm maxing out an airport, I usually end up buying handling crew. And in the premium pass at GRU, you get at least 15 that I counted handling crew. So if you were to buy 15 handling crew, that would cost you 135 gold planes. So GRU handling crew, premium pass is 80 gold planes. So I don't know if you buy handling crew or not. I know some people buy handling crew. Like especially like if you play Leipzig, you probably want to buy some handling crew if that's like your main airport. But you know, all that can vary based on what you play and what you don't play. But if you play an airport where you need more handling crew, it's worth it. I cough again, excuse me. You only use the free ones? That's tough, man. That is tough. We're making some good progress here. We're handling 3 planes at once, which is kind of like crazy, but like completely doable. And I still only have like 2. I have only 2 boarding, 2 baggage, 2 cleaning, and 2 fuel. Everything else I have 1 of. Like this medium plane has been sitting here. The seaplane, excuse me, has been sitting there for a while. Alexa, just a question. They said something in the dev blog about GA with 3.0 and BJ will follow very soon after, but I don't see them. I thought both were coming soon after 3.0, not with 3.0. I think 3.0, they didn't want to introduce too many new features. You know, they're going to run into bugs. You know, people with older devices have different performance than people with newer devices. So all those things they have to address before introducing even more features. All right, here we're running into issue, right? We got cleaning, which needs to be done in a minute when this one handles in 2. So I need to purchase cleaning. That's my fault. We got fuel over here, right? Is this being fueled in 16 seconds? So I can wait for fuel there. You're trying to figure out how to start a new account. I made a video for that. Simply put, I mean, you could find the video too, but you just have to create either a new Google Play account or a new Apple ID. I forget what they call it now on Apple, but you create a new Apple ID, and then you log out of Game Center on Apple, and you force close World of Airports. Make sure in the Game Center, well, in settings in Game Center, you use what the name that you want your new World of Airports account name to be before you even log into World of Airports for the first time. Then that should be your World of Airports username if it's not taken. For Google Play, I think you have an option in the Play Store settings to select which account you will log in to the game with. I really don't play too often on Android. That might change if or when we get crossplay, or it's more like cross save, right? That will change when we get cross save, but for now I play mainly on iPad and iPhone. Hopefully that helped though. Can we buy A337 with contract? I'm not sure what the A337 is. That's not a plane that is named in the game. Can you use an in-game plane name? What's your opinion on 3.0? What's up, Mexico Ball? I have an unfair advantage, right? I've been playing 3.0 for a week, a little bit longer than a week now. So I've had a lot of time to get familiar with it, to get acquainted with it, to understand it, and to use it, you know? All you guys, you guys have only been playing it for a few hours, right? But I'm over here, I have a few days. So it's a lot different for me. So you got to put that in perspective too. But for me, I'm really enjoying it. I'm really happy to be like in my main account now and be able to play multiplayer. There's a lot of things I still don't know about, like how do these tower managers work when you have when you have a ton of E and F planes? like, how does this work? What's the best order to do things in? But I think the customization and the quality of life updates they added really just outshine a lot of the negative, like the negative of ATC costing more, right? But at the same time, they made it easier to use ATC. You can extend it for 2 hours at a time, and you can keep adding 2 hours over and over again. So you can technically have ATC running. I don't know what the maximum limit is. I probably should have checked that. That would have been fun. But you could technically use ATC for an indefinite amount of time, right? If you have enough silver planes. There probably is a max, but either way, I love that they added an option to buy multiple planes at once. That'll be great for our giveaways and even for my phatirlines.com email newsletter. If you guys don't get it already, you could sign up on phatirlines.com. We have an email newsletter that we send out weekly. And I have a contract plane. I buy a plane and we send out that plane to everybody who responds to the email with their username and what airport they want it to, as long as it's one of the compatible airports. The email will tell you what the compatible airports are, so it's real easy for you. All you gotta do is reply, and that'll make it a lot easier for me to like buy. There's a maximum of 10, but like buying 10 at a time instead of buying one at a time is such a big time saver. So I'm super hyped for that. And then on the Phat Airlines Discord, we have giveaways, and people can give away, one plane contract. They can give away as many as they want. So I feel like with this update, it's gonna really help with that. Oh, also, by the way, I need to make a post about this, which will probably come tomorrow or Thursday. But I will be hosting a call sign competition here at GRU. This call sign competition is going to be running a lot longer than most of my other ones because it's a brand new airport. I want to give people time to, unlock it, play through MSY, get those last few levels, so that way they can unlock it. So we'll have this call sign competition run for a little bit longer, and also you have to make wallers, right? Because like I'm at 3,000 wallers. There ain't no way I'm gonna have a plane, right, with 3,000 wallers. So this call sign competition is gonna be ongoing for maybe like a month or two, but we're looking for the best call signs in GRU Airport. So build up your fleet. The larger the plane, the better it is, in my opinion. And we'll have some more rules coming out soon, but just keep an eye out for that. We're gonna be hosting a call sign competition very soon. I think that's gonna be fun. A337's Beluga. I don't think there is a Beluga contract you can get from the map. Usually you get the Beluga contract from the level up rewards in the airport. I don't really explore map contracts like that either. So there could be, I just might not be aware, which is also a very big possibility because I do player contracts a lot more than I do regular airlines. I prefer player contracts. I prefer playing with you guys versus not. Why would there be a max? Games like this sometimes have a max, man. That's just how games are. Just how games be. Probably one, to save the user, right? Because if somebody just keeps clicking it by accident, you might want to have a max in there so that way somebody's not spending 1,000 silver planes for 2 hours, and then they end up spending 10,000 silver planes to get 20 hours of tower managers that they won't be able to use. So sometimes it's a safeguard for the user, sometimes it's a safeguard for the server, right? Because the server now has to keep track of that time clocking down whether or not you're playing. So it's not like something that's counted on your device, it's counted on their servers, because the timer counts down even when the game's not being played. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons why there could be a max. When is the A124 or the 225 going to be able to buy? I wish, man. I have no clue. I would buy it instantly. Well, I guess it depends on how many gold planes it costs. But if I had enough gold planes to buy it instantly, I'll buy it instantly. If I don't have enough gold planes to buy it instantly, then I'll make a hype stream about it where I end up buying it. Cool. Who will have an ongoing spree of planes for 20 hours? Dude, you'd be surprised, right? You can click this extend and like not even realize, and then be like, oh wait, did I do it? And do it. And then you also have like children who play the game, right? I probably shouldn't have activated that one. That's probably a mistake. But hey, it's handling. Oh, actually, no, that's not a mistake. I can do it. We're good. We are good. How do you get the Vopas planes? I think they were the event plane, right? Let's see. Let's go to Woapedia real quick. Oh, this plane right here, this one was from the pass. Once you like got like level, I forget what level it was, but once I got to level, let's see, AT-75. So where did I get it? I got it like right here, yeah, level 1. That's when I got that one. The AT-76, I'm not really a Woapedia hunter, so I'm not like your best bet for that. You could probably ask in the Phat Airlines Discord or the World of Airports Discord. But like, remember, the game just came out like a few hours ago, so you know there's still a lot of things to be explored. See you later, Kamikaze. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, in about an hour, in about 50 minutes, I need to take a short break to make a phone call. But I probably will still be I will still be playing and handling planes. I just need to mute my mic and turn off the camera, so that way I can have this conversation. If you extend it for 2 hours, can you extend it right away or need to wait? You can extend it right away. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it here. But I know I did it on the preview. Not the preview stream, but the preview account. How far is GRU from IAD, MSY, or SAN with an L plane? I mean, it's the same distance with an L plane or an X plane, you know? But I know what you're saying. I know what you're asking. So if MSY is 4,079 nautical miles, Washington is 4,127 nautical miles, and San Diego is 5,263. You didn't ask about St. Martin, but there's another one that's 2,673 nautical miles. You also got LHR, which is 5,100. You got Prague, which is 5,400. You got Bari, 5,230. And then last but not least, well, it's actually not last, we got Muscat, which is 6,716. And then you got Sydney, which is last but not least, at 7,214 nautical miles. I'm pretty sure the A35K can go to all those airports. The only airport it can't go to is Nagoya. .757 got updated, so it can't fly into St. Martin anymore. That's sad. Are you sure about that though? You know, a lot of things like can kind of seem like a certain way at first, but then as we continue playing, we realize, oh, like, oh, there's another stand. Oh, there's a combined stand. You know, there's a lot of things that like in the patch notes that we might have missed or didn't think it applied, but it does apply. So we'll have to take a look. Here we go. We got more planes coming in. Let's go. We got to claim that reward and take off or push back. Stefan said, I would love if the stopovers came back to the game. That way GRU and Sydney would become reachable with seaplanes. Yeah. I think I would like that too. I would like that too. St. Martin cargo gates bug. According to the patch notes here, whoops. Yeah, according to the patch notes here, it says combined stands feature. Certain stands can handle passenger or cargo airplanes at Innsbruck, St. Martin, and GRU. So at St. Martin, I would probably look for where that combined stand is. That might solve a lot of the problems. All right, Medirta, I'm gonna have to mute you because you keep spamming and asking the same question. And I don't know if you're not listening or what's happening, but I'm sorry. As far as Russian airlines and airports, World of Airport developers are from the Czech Republic, and they had to remove those airports from the game due to the conflict in Ukraine, and it is out of their hands. Is out of their hands. They have no control whether or not to add those airports into the game. Someone said to delete and reinstall games to fix bug and say, Mario, you're scared to lose everything. You know, this game is like played on a server, right? But I mean, I guess it's valid. Some people can't log into their Android account right now, but you do you, man. Christopher, you hope that Cancun can be playable in WoA? You flew with the whole family there from YYZ, nice. YYZ. Muffin player doesn't like the update. Good for you, man. And, you think, oh, the items are too small? Maybe on a smaller phone, I could probably see that. I play on an iPhone 16 and an iPad Pro, so for me, like, I have no problem pushing buttons. But I know some of you guys have tiny phones, but tiny phones aren't meant for gaming, right? Tiny phones are meant for calling, right? If you're gonna get a tiny phone, I wouldn't expect to be gaming on a tiny phone. But I mean, I get it. You know, sometimes you don't have a choice on what phone you get, right? So, but yeah, I play on an iPad right now, and I'm not having too many problems pushing buttons. You know, you can't make your fingers smaller, so tough spot to be in, right? Oh yeah, and some of you guys might have fat fingers, right? That could be a thing too. I mean, right? The gamer stereotype is fat, living in their parents' basement, with Mountain Dew right next to them, right? The Baja Fresh, right? Is my mic better now? It got messed up before, and I think I had to restart it. DJ said, Fat, you've done this for a while. How can you tell which planes are ready to land, which need stand assignments? You can't. If you have the tower managers on, you know all the planes that are ready to land are gonna already be assigned. That's why I'm not like clicking on these ones that are ready to land too much. Even though if I didn't have the tower managers on, I'd have to click on them nonstop just to make sure. I do think it's kind of useful in a weird way, because like I like that it's showing me it needs attention, because I could buy stands for this plane. For example, I can buy this stand so I can get this plane landed. But the same thing will happen even if you have no stands to buy. It'll still show up as needs attention. So yeah, it's a little rough. You kind of have to just click through. There's no easy way to do it. Your old iPad Mini 4? Oh my gosh, I have an iPad Mini 4 at home too, actually. Kind of funny. We use it now for my son. It's his like iPad. We also have a bigger iPad for him, but it's like too big. He's not even 2, so it's like too big for him. How do you do manual park all planes? All right, so I probably should have done this to begin the airport. I kind of forgot about it, honestly. But you can go into the game settings and you can automatically turn on parking minigame switch, and that'll automatically turn on the parking minigame. Another thing you can do too, for planes that are landing, you have this controller icon right here where you can turn on the parking minigame, de-icing, landing, which you only turn on for your own airplanes. And yeah, that's how you activate those mini games, through this mini game icon right there. Good question. I'm still gonna turn it off though. I'm really not in the mood to play parking right now. Yo, what's up, Cats? Nice to see you, dude. Cats, I know when you sent me your Concorde to my LHR, you specifically asked me if I played daily or frequently, and I did, until I didn't. So I apologize. I know now with 3.0 out, I do fully intend on playing a lot more frequently, so you'll be seeing your Concorde again. So I apologize about that, bro. Appreciate your understanding though. I saw the contract wasn't canceled, so I take that as understanding. Man, when is this going to be available? Oh, a minute and a half. This is not good. I might have to buy another catering. There's no catering on this plane though, but I don't want to put myself in a position where I'm spending wallers on equipment because I didn't plan ahead. This plane has 7 minutes between the timer and the estimation, so this is the one that needs to use. Oh, but then there's 4 minutes on that. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy it. Otherwise, the timer is gonna be really tight, and I don't like the timer being really tight like that. Please drink some water. Your voice sounds like it's going away. Yeah, I was in Atlanta over the weekend, and well, 2 weeks ago I was in Vegas. As you guys know, I came back, did a stream that night, the same night I returned from home. And then last week I went to Atlanta, and Atlanta had like their record-breaking pollen levels on Friday and Saturday, which are the 2 days I was there and outside. So that kind of killed me. And then Yeah, I'm back home, and it doesn't seem so bad here. I'm not like sneezing, but I still got like a cough in my throat. And yeah, appreciate your concern. You have a question with the Boeing and Airbus packs? Nice. Autumn, you had the same issue with equipment when you first started? Yeah, it's always tough on like a new airport, because like once the airport starts like leveling up, equipment does not become an issue at all. Like you just buy more equipment as you need it. It's just like it doesn't even become a thought, you know? Like I don't even think about it, equipment. But on a new airport, that's like the only thing I'm thinking about, you know? I'm trying to make sure I'm starting handling planes, so that way we can make sure that they're handled on time, but also making sure that the equipment doesn't overlap too much, so that way everything's still handled on time. And then you make a mistake, and then you have to spend 1,500 or 2,000 wallers that you didn't want to, because I'm actually trying to buy another E stand or another C stand. That's just how it be sometimes. Especially with these like newer contracts too, right? You don't really want to fail on the initial handling. Like with these event planes, if you fail the initial handling, you don't get any of the rewards. You don't get the silver planes, and you don't get the XP. What more important is the XP right now. So that's whack. You know, with the player plane, it's not as urgent. You can have a failure who it doesn't really matter. You just don't want too many of them to be red. And you know, even with these airlines, because you start off at tier 1 and then you work your way up the tiers, you know, one failure can really mess you up. You know, one thing that I think would be cool too, I know I saw you, Christopher said in YouTube chat, I also use a toggle switch for the ramp agent. I think it would be cool, and I just thought of this now when you said that, if there was like automatically turn on ramp agent switch, right? That'd be harder because it automatically takes up a handling crew, right? But I think it would be cool if every time I clicked on, you know, a plane, this was already automatically turned on. That would probably be hard to program, because it would have to keep this in mind, and then if you don't have enough handling crew, how would it handle that? Yes, so I don't know how that would work, but I think that would be a pretty interesting option. Yo, see you later, Mike. Which airplanes can reach the new GRU from IAD, MSY, or SAN? So let's see what here. Let's see what planes we got coming in already. Let's go to active. We're going to go to player contracts. So we have an A359 coming from IAD. We have an A343 coming from IAD. We have an A35K coming from LHR. We got a B38M coming from St. Martin. A 744 coming from IAD. We have a 789 coming from San Diego. A 77W coming from IAD. An A319 from St. Martin. 744 IAD. A343 from LHR. 77W from LHR. A 744 from MSW. We've got a 77W coming from Muscat. We've got the A21NX from St. Martin, A20N from St. Martin. We've got A343 from IAD and a 789 from LHR. That gives you an idea of, like, you know, some of the planes that can come our way. I need to connect to different Wi-Fi. That's a level 9. So that means we get some wallers, right? So now I have to make a decision, right? Do I want to buy another stand so I can handle another medium plane at once, which is what, 12,000 wallers? Or do I start saving up towards $30,000 for this terminal? Also, what I think I'm going to do, I have all these planes, right? Look, I got a 748, I got an A321. So I think what I'm going to do now, probably use this B762. Let's see, can this go to IAD? I think it can. 311 right there. 325. Can we go higher? No. 4. $325 it is. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and claim this plane from another airport's premium pass. We're going to claim it for this airport. And that way I can start handling an L plane. Well, rather it's a D plane, right? I can start handling a D plane that is going to make me a decent amount of wallers. It should make me like 5,000 or 6,000 per flight. And I don't know how long. I think the flight from Washington to GRU is about an hour to 2 hours long in the game. So that should get me a pretty decent return every 2 hours or so. Not too bad. We'll see. Have I seen the blue people mover train in GRU? No. Where is that? We have to look now. I'm gonna find it eventually. Probably over here, right? That looks like a train. Monorail. Oh, there it is. That's a bus. Or is it a train? Oh, it's a train, yeah. Oh, that's cool, man. I'm tapping it. Nothing's happening, by the way. No wallers, no wallers. With the new update, it's harder to play WoA without the tower managers. Kind of reminiscent of the 2.0 time, right? But yeah, the main difference now, right, is with the departure manager, how much of an impact departures have. So with departures, not only do you have to line up the plane, but you also have to tell the plane to take off. So now the departure manager does more for you, but also the plane doesn't actually take off from your airport until you tell it to take off on the runway. So on the radar, that plane doesn't actually depart until it departs from the runway. So such a minor thing, but I think it's going to have like some bigger impacts for people using the departure manager when they might have not before. If I buy the Airbus or Boeing packs, will I get them separately on all airports? If I claim on one airport, I can't claim on another. So let's take a look, right? I haven't bought them yet, but it says the airplanes are available for all the airports. You click on the I, and when you buy the Boeing pack, you get 4 738s, you get 3 764s, you get 2 78Xs, and 1 748. So what I'm thinking that happens, I haven't purchased it yet, but I'm thinking what happens is similar to what you see here, where I have airplanes that are only available in this airport. You can claim it, and then it gets claimed one of your, so like for example, you see over here, right here, right? I have 2 752s. If I claim one of them, now it goes down to 1, but I can claim this in all airports. So I'm guessing what happens is you get that airplane with that livery add it to this list, which then gives you brings you into the new which you can then redeem in any airport, is what I'm trying to say. All right, we got this. This is being handled. Yep. Okay, good. That is being handled for 1 hour or 1 minute. And I only have 2 boarding. So this is going to start boarding soon. Whoops, I meant this one. It's going to start boarding soon. That has 56 seconds. Claim these rewards. An upgrade. And then we have this E-plane we need to handle. I won't have a boarding service for another minute. So we'll wait like 30 seconds. Donald Smith said, "Hey Phat, I think the update is good, but I feel like they did dirty to the UI. What do you think?" I like the UI, man. I think what's happening here is it just takes some time to kind of get used to it. There's a lot of muscle memory that's a little bit different from when we first, like from 2.6 to 3.0. So there's some things that are completely different, which is going to throw me off for a few days. But then after a few days of playing, I was back in business, good to go. I knew how to handle everything and function the right way. I like the quality of life improvements they made to the game. I really like those quality of life improvements. I feel like a lot of those small improvements can make a big deal over a long period of time. So I'm excited about that. Yeah, I'm overall positive about it though. I know a lot of people who are also feeling positive about it are not speaking up because they're playing the game. Do you know what I'm saying? That's like the hardest part about a new update, especially for developers, right? Because the people who are not enjoying it are just going to stop playing and then post on the internet about it. But the people who are enjoying the update and who might even have some constructive criticism, they're not online. They're not on Discord. They're not posting all about it. They're playing the game. And then, maybe later tonight, right before they go to bed or something, then they'll decide to go online and talk about how much they love it. But the people who are really, really upset, they're just spending all their time raging online about how the update sucks. And I feel bad for any developer when they have to deal with that, because, the people who are enjoying it are not streaming, right? I'm streaming, but they're not sharing the information publicly because they're playing the game. So yeah. Can you send me the 764 to IAD? I'm actually going to use this 764 as a random arrival to IAD right now because this is like a new airport. Making sure I get my planes back, and I know you're really good at playing Noodle, but yeah, it's very important that I make sure I get my planes back at the schedule that I want to play on. It's a mistake I think I made in another airport. Which airport was it? Was it LHR? No, I think it was Sydney, where I had too many planes that were going to other players, and I knew your planes always came back, so I'm not worried about you. But I want to make sure I have my first few fleet planes on random arrivals, so that way I can get them going. I'll make sure I send you one though. Don't worry, bro. You said, "Oh my God, look at the CRJ2 compared to the 772." Yeah, see, even in real life, it's kind of amazing how big and different these planes are. You can now land 5D planes at the same time at Bari, or 3D and 2E. Nice. Some people might be upset about that though. Because like the 757 is now a D plane, right? So that could feel bad. These combo stands at St. Martin are pretty nice. I'm playing on my iPhone over here. Combo stands are pretty interesting. Definitely not ideal when you're in a newer airport and you have the ground manager assigning everything. So you're gonna want to favorite planes or do something like that. So that way you're making sure that you don't get too many of the wrong size plane on the wrong stand, but still pretty nice. LaGuardia has one runway. Now, if you go into the game and you go into the airport selection screen, the airport selection screen will tell you how many runways it has. So you don't even have to ask that anymore. Yo, easy. Thank you for becoming a basic member, man. I appreciate that, man. I know you're a member on Twitch too, so I really appreciate the support on both sides. Yo, LP Lima, thank you for the follow. What's up, Horsepower Geek? Yeah, Jose and Horsepower Geek saying the same thing, and a lot of other people are saying it too. You know, what'll happen right now is these planes are showing up as needs attention, even though there's no stands available, right? So I get it. And I know people have their own specific wants or needs about this feature or bug, whatever way you want to think about it. For me, I like that it shows needs attention when there's a stand that I can buy, right? So like for this A21NX, I can buy stand 506. I can buy 501. I can buy 510R. So that makes sense to me for this to be needs attention, right? Because I can buy a stand and then I can fulfill this plane. But when there is no stand available to purchase, then that alert should go away, which is not the case. That's not what happens. I was playing in other airports and that does not happen. So I'm feeling similar to you guys. I have a little bit of nuance to mine, but I wouldn't care if they just made it work the same way they did before. I'd be fine with that too. I'd be fine. All right, what we got here? 3 minutes on. So we're gonna go ahead and start fueling and loading the plane. Nice. All right, good. We're gonna be really good. A CRJ7 with 78 passengers. Oh, perfect. First try. Oh, I already have a plane going there. Come on, where's the next one? Where's the next airport I'm going to send it to? All right, I think 86 might be it. Yep, here we go. Yeah, Donald Smith said, after giving access to the runway, the planes now ask permission to take off. So you might want to take a look at the World of Airports forum, because there was patch notes posted in there. And one of the patch notes here says, where is it? It says, line up and wait takeoff feature. Aircraft are cleared to line up and wait, then cleared for takeoff. Both steps are handled by the departure tower controller automatically. Additionally, this is another feature you might want to think about. An aircraft departed via takeoff button is all right, I'm going to reword this from the way it's written here. But an aircraft that you have depart via takeoff while you're in the airport will show up on the radar immediately. An airplane that is taking off because you've exited the airport will be delayed before it shows up on the radar. So just something else to keep in mind when you're playing the new World of Airports. All right, how are we looking here? This one, oh no, I didn't put handling crew. Now it's handling. We got 1 minute there, 3 minutes here. So we're gonna go ahead and put this handling. I just hope this starts handling. Oh good, the bus is already handling, so we're good. Because now the bus is gonna have to wait, because the bus over here, the boarding is waiting. This will be done in 30 seconds. This will be done in a minute. So both of these planes will be waiting. So I probably should have waited to handle this plane, because now I just used all the handling crew, and it's literally waiting for a boarding service when yeah, that was just dumb. That was just a mistake, not thinking. Text is very small on Christopher's phone. Gotcha. Any tips to level up faster? It's my tip before used to be like handle player planes. Now I'm not even sure if that's going to be the best idea, because it's going to be hard. Like even for me, it's going to be hard for me to get an F stand, right? Because for an F stand, or yeah, F, for an F stand, I need to buy this terminal over here, which is $30,000, and then I need to buy a combined stand, which includes F, which is I have to pay for D, I have to pay for E, and I have to pay for F. So handling those A380s that I got from other players is going to be quite the struggle if I'm not spending gold planes on Wallers. And you know, if that plane comes in, I need to spend gold planes on Wallers, then I'm gonna do it. But I always try not to spend, you know, gold planes on things that I can get for free. That's like my guiding principle for a lot of things, but especially like with World of Airports in particular. If I can get it for free, I'm gonna try to play it so I can get it for free. I'm not gonna yeah. Yo, what's up, Shawty? Long time no see. What's up, Jindrik? How's it going so far? It's going great, man. I'm like losing my voice, but it's been such a weird few days, few weeks, weird month of March. I've never been away for so much of a month as I was in in March. Yo, you got my A35K at BKK on a random contract. Nice. Was that from MSY? Gotta be from MSY, unless you're talking about Phat Airlines, in which case it could have came from LHR. I think I have a few LHR. Yo, what's up, Aryan? Says in 2 days you're flying Qatar Airways business class on the A380 from LHR to Doha. Nice. Hope you have a good time, man. Hope you have a good time. All right, 25 seconds over there. That's not even doing boarding, so this should be good, because it just needs the fuel to finish, which will be done in 3 seconds. This is my main account, Horsepower Geek. I do not have GRU on any of my other accounts. I have 3 accounts, right? So my main account, the Phat Rican, is my main account. That's the one where I play this account every single day, on or off stream. Me for a second. Then I have my second account, which is called Phat Airlines, and that account is my free-to-play account. I also play that account a lot more casually, which means that I play it like where I play it a lot less frequently than I play my main account. So I'll play like the Phat Rican every single day for like 3 or 4 hours a day. Sometimes a lot of times longer. But if I'm playing Phat Airlines, maybe once a day for like an hour. Except for a day like today where it's like all about World of Airports. You know, we got the 3.0 update finally, and it's I'm really enjoying it. So, kind of game. Then my third account is called Phat Empire, which is my stream only account. I would be playing it on stream, but I don't have GRU unlocked. And when a new airport comes out, I like to make sure we play it on that day of, so that way people can get an inside look on the airport, the premium pass, and get some of their questions answered, so that way they can decide for themselves if they want to buy it for gold planes, or grind out, you know, New Orleans in this case, so that way they can get the GRU sooner, or maybe they could just keep playing the way they are, not have to rush it because they're like, huh, it's a cool airport, but I don't need to rush it. You know, they can make the decision from themselves. Yeah, it does not look like I'm gonna have 30,000 wallers in how much time? How much time do I have before my first F planes start arriving? 30 minutes. Well, maybe if I get how many wallers do I get for these? What is this? This is 500. There's almost 1,300. Another 500. 500. Be determined. 600. Yeah, I think I need to shelve my plan to get the F stand. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be really tough. See you later, Ultra. Thanks for hanging out, man. You too, Christopher. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, you got it from my MSY. Nice. Okay, cool. Aviator Ryan's at 5.3 million wallers at Muscat. Nice, bro. Dude, so you're going to benefit from the feature that lets you buy multiple airplanes as well. Because you can buy up to 10 airplanes at once. You can go into the store right here, offers, go all the way to offer, configure and buy. Select an airplane and you can buy 10 airplanes at once. You can configure it so that way all the airplanes that you buy have that same configuration. I'm super excited for that. I can't wait to use it in my built up airports. Oh, you know what else is hurting me? Is that I bought contracts for these planes. So I had like 20,000 wallers before, and I was like, wait, where did all my wallers go? And it's because I bought contracts for these planes. Now that's the cool thing about sending like my 762 here. I'm going to be sending this onto a non-player contract, a random contract, but to a playable airport. If you're sending a plane to a playable airport, you don't have to pay wallers for that contract. But these small planes can't go. And it's going to take like a few trips for them to pay itself off, to pay off that purchase price. But it'll pay itself off over time. No worries. I'm not worried about that at all. These contracts always pay themselves off. Not all, most of the times. Aviator Aryan said, if I'm not Ryan, sorry, man. I know you're Aryan. Reading is hard, man. Reading is hard. Buy some wallers with a few good gold planes. I might do that, shawty. You're made to move. I'm glad that cleared up a lot of questions for you. That's good to hear, man. If anybody has any other questions about like something that might not be where they thought it was or something like that, let me know and I'll see what I can do. Plus, you know, I know the developers are are here, or at least they were. I know they're watching for feedback, they're listening for feedback, they're reading, the forum, the discords, all of that for feedback on where they need to do. And of course, if you're running into a bug, make sure you send the developers an email. I think it's support@flyboys.games, and you can send them an email, and they can address your bug or concern. All right, see you later, Mert. Thanks for being here too, man. Which airport's better for a fleet, LHR or GRU? Hard to say, man. Hard to say, because I don't even have I can't even handle an F plane. I can't even handle an F plane, so it's very hard to say. LHR is really great for a fleet though, because it's very hard to run into handling crew issues at LHR. You need to have a bunch of A380s or 744s on the ground for you to run into handling crew issues. So it takes some time. I do need to take a short break in about 6 minutes. What I'm going to be doing during that break though, I'm still going to be playing World of Airports, but I have to mute my mic and I'm going to turn off my camera. We'll be playing World of Airports. I'll be handling your planes. You'll see your planes being handled, especially if it contracts to me. I don't know what I'm going to do about the A388. I think I might just use my gold planes to buy some wallers so I can just get that stand right away. Yeah, I think that's the play. I think that's what I have to do, because it's also about getting progress as soon as possible, and then that X plane is going to make me what, like 2 to 4,000 wallers, so then it makes other stands easier to buy in the future. Plus, if I unlock the terminal, that gives me more contract capacity, and it gives me more stands to buy the A stand, which is 2,000 wallers. So I think I might do that. Taking a poo? Nah, man. I got a phone call that I scheduled last week for 4:30 today. And it was supposed to happen. The phone call was supposed to happen last week, but I was really not feeling good on Monday last week. I was really sick. I had a cold and I was shivering and everything. So I canceled that phone call with him, and I hate having to cancel and reschedule. So, especially since I already canceled and rescheduled on him. So instead of waiting to stream until after this phone call, when I had this time, or when I was able to make this time available, I said, all right, I'm just gonna put you guys on hold. The game will still be up, I'll still be playing, but that way I can still take this make this important phone call. We'll see how it goes. Leading said, every time a player sends you a request to your GRU, the request will not show up for like 5 minutes. Wow. But then if you restart the game, it'll pop up. It sounds like a connection or server issue. Or maybe World of Airports developers are doing something right now, because I think they have the capability of doing like back-end fixes. I could be incorrect, but maybe they're doing something on the back end now, trying to make it optimize better for players. You were playing MSY, you came back to make sure it was going good. You saw a plane parked on the runway, it's not moving at all. Yeah, bro. So you want to look at the patch notes. The patch notes here say there's a lineup and wait, and then there's a takeoff feature. So aircraft are clear to line up and wait, and then you have to clear them for takeoff. Both steps are handled by the departure tower controller automatically. So you obviously don't have the departure manager running. You could run the departure manager, and that'll take care of it for you. Otherwise, there's another step you need to take in order for planes to take off. How do I get my account back if I lost my phone? It depends. If you had a local account, most of the times a local account, your player name is player with a bunch of numbers, in which case you can't get it back. It's a local account. If you have a Google Play account or iOS Game Center account, then all you have to do is log back into that platform. If you change from Android to iPhone or the other way around, there's also currently no way to transfer. Plane just landed, not taking off? That is strange. Never seen that yet. All right, that has 2 minutes and a half. This has... Okay, we're gonna be good with handling. I could probably even start handling another plane, but I'm not gonna risk it. Jindrik asks, what are you thinking how your schedule will be for GRU? Daily at first? I guess, but after? Yeah, definitely daily. After, we'll have to figure out. It looks like this airport's going to be great for L and, or for, you know, D, E, and F planes. So this could very much become a main airport. But we'll have to see, you know, what it looks like when we're fully built out. How much traffic it can handle. Can it also, do I run into handling crew issues here, right? All those are questions that are important when choosing a daily airport for myself. So we'll have to see as we go on. But I know I'm going to be playing it daily as we're getting it to max level. You know, max level here is level 77, I think. Yeah, 77. So we got a long way to go. So I'll be playing it daily for a while. What? Oh, so okay. Hammy said your plane will be stuck on the runway when, for example, your 752, which used to be a medium plane, but now it's a D plane. So when your 752 was assigned the gates, you just need to back out and come back in. So essentially your plane was assigned to a gate before, but like now the gate's not compatible, so it's like the game is confused. That's interesting. Which is the best airport for fleet planes? I like Washington. I like LHR, BKK, those larger airports. Muscat's pretty cool. GRU might be on that list too. Who knows? Do you think they raised the price of tower managers to encourage us to play the game more manually again? I think the price of the tower managers before was, you could barely feel it. Even if you put it on the highest settings before, you could barely feel it. Now you feel it a little bit, you know? I don't know if they want you to play more manual or not. That's an idea I didn't think about, so I'll have to think about that and sit on it. All right, it's 4:30, so I need to take a short break. I'm going to keep World of Airports on the screen, but I'm going to turn off my webcam and my microphone. I'll be back later, guys, in like, who knows, 15 to 30 minutes, but I'll be playing. I'll be here.
stunk,
All right, can you guys hear me? Yes, you can. All right, sorry about that. That call took a little bit longer than I thought, but it was very, very valuable. So, yeah, I have a marketing business as well, and it's not doing so well, unfortunately. So I talked with one of our sales directors, and we got some good information. So I'm excited for the future. But anyways, appreciate you guys letting me step away for a little bit and still being here. So how you guys feeling about 3.0, guys? How you guys feeling about 3.0? We've been playing GRU for almost 4 hours now, right? Almost 4 hours, and we're at level 10. We have a lot of contracts from players, and for me, the hardest part right now is all about getting that getting that F stand. You know, getting an E or F stand is really difficult, right? We're lucky here at GRU because E and F stands, or D, E, and F stands, are not upgraded from A, B, and C, so they're separate, so they don't cost as much. But still, man, it is such a struggle with that, because like I need to get an F stand. Do I have this A380 here yet? No, the A380 is not here yet, but it's going to be here soon. Where is it? Oh, it might be here already. It might be here already. I don't see it on the list though. Oh, here it is, right here. Yep, I got this A388 already here, ready for arrival. $3,000 in revenue. I can't even land it. So I think what we'll do is I'm not going to spend 100 gold planes for Wallers, but I am going to spend some gold planes for Wallers. I don't like doing it, but it could be a huge help. So I think I'll spend 10 gold planes for 110,000 Wallers. Yeah, I know, big oof, right? So yeah, let me clear out my pin here because I'm no longer taking a phone call. The pin is cleared on. It's cleared on Twitch already. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do the 110,000. Not ideal, not what I recommend either, but I probably also wouldn't recommend people getting an X plane or now F plane contract at the beginning of the airport. But we did unlock Terminal 1A, and what we're going to do here is we're going to unlock the F stand, which is another 30,000 Wallers. We're going to unlock the F stand for Combined Stand 102. So Combined Stand means it can handle both passenger and cargo. So we're going to go ahead and purchase that. Now, you got to be careful because the F stand will block, you know, stand 102R, 102L, or 101R. So that's going to block some of those stands, but that should allow the A388, which is occupied. No! So I messed up, right? I have E higher than F over here for delivery. So we're going to put F higher again. I'll put F higher for arrivals as well. And that should help get that plane back in motion. Now we got 76,000 Wallers. I should definitely spend that. But what I want to do is I want to, you know, if I bought Wallers using gold planes, what I need to do is I need to accept your guys' contracts. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to buy A stands. So that way we can get some of your guys' contracts. That way you can start sending them. And that way we can continue to level up and improve this airport. So we got A stands right all over there. Here's another A stand I missed right there. A stands are going to be key. Very important, I think. I feel. I could be wrong. But I feel like A stands are going to be really great in new airports. Just getting more contract capacity and getting more handling crew. Because you see, I can unlock all of these A stands. And I still have the AB, I still have these DEF stands I could also unlock, which is only 8,000. But you can't beat A for 2,000. So I'm going to get all this. There is the G stand I need. I don't have enough for G. Bad. I probably should have unlocked the G. Or wait, this doesn't have a G. F. Okay, F. My bad. G is over here with the cargo. We're just gonna keep unlocking the A's, and then I do have enough. Hold on, I got a cough. I think I should use the remaining wallers that I have here. Yeah, I'm gonna use the remaining wallers to unlock this terminal, so that way I can get this G stand, which is going to cost me 44. Oh my gosh. But all right, now we got 64 contract capacity and 60 handling crew. There is no way I'm going to run into handling crew issues with the limited amount of equipment that I have, but that's not a problem. Really what I want is to accept these contract requests, because you guys are very, very kind sending me contracts. I know you guys also know that I'll be playing daily on this airport, so I really appreciate you guys sending me these contract requests, because it's going to help me grow my airport faster, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to accept some of these. I appreciate your patience too, guys, because I know a lot, like, one, I had to step away and go on a phone call, so I appreciate that. Thanks for staying here or coming back. And what else? Appreciate you guys, for real. He has returned. What's up, Horsepower Geek? Jindrik's feeling mixed about the update. Good revamp, but some features that I don't know what to think about. Gotcha. What kind of features are you talking about, man? We have so many things to click, so the screen seems smaller. That's fair, SF Striker. That's a fair take. All right, we got 6 more contract capacity. We'll take one more of Shrek, but yep, here we go. I think I got 4 more days to take that A225, so I'm not in a rush. I just gotta remember to take it. Wait, 4 more days? Is that Saturday? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's Saturday. Nice. All right, cool. I'm gonna wait to. Actually, why not? I'll accept JD. Nah, I'm gonna wait. We will do Tonka because we handled one of theirs already. We're at 60 out of 64. All right, we're gonna hold it off right there because a lot of you guys we accepted already, so that's good. Angel wants me to explain the new update. Please, I do not understand. What exactly don't you understand? You got the new UI, but the UI is pretty much everything's almost at the same spot as where it was before. Very minor differences. I guess the biggest difference is the stands, right? So you have the size has been changed from small, medium, large, and X, SMLX, to A, B, C, D, E, F, and they match the real life like classifications, right? So you have the A size classification, which is the very, very smallest. There's only one plane in the game that right now that uses A class specification. Then you have the B class. Now, in order to buy a B stand, or to buy any stand, you have to buy all of the available stands that are lower than it. So in this stand, let's say 410L, if I wanted to buy a B stand, I need to buy stand A, which costs usually $2,000, and then I have to buy stand B, which is $4,000, and then you have to buy stand C, which is an additional $6,000. So you only get the contract capacity for your first purchase, the first unlock, but you have to buy all these stands combined, right? You have to start from all your stands are going to be multi-gates. Now, in some airports like GRU here, IAD is another one. You have like some stands are only for the larger size planes. So in this stand, you don't have to buy A, B, C, or A, B, or C. Yeah, on this stand, you don't have to buy A, B, or C. So you're only paying $8,000 for stand for the D size. But then you're paying another $10,000 for E, then you're paying another $12,000 for F, and then another $14,000 for G. So it all accumulates. You have to have multi-gates. So that's why I just now. I used the extra wallers that I had to unlock more stands. That way I could get more contract capacity. Now you also have like the icons going red. Those are just stands being blocked by other planes and their sizes. So for example, in 107L, If I had a seaplane at 107L, it would block 106 from having D, E, or F planes. If I had a B plane at 107L, it would block 106 from having E or F planes. And if I had an A plane, it would block still from E and F. So just something to keep in mind. You see how blocking works with different plane sizes. So something to keep in mind, you know. But that's like one of the biggest changes. They also made a change to the traffic air traffic controller. You know, you have different settings here with the air traffic controller. You also have an increased price for silver planes. The departure manager will also now you have to, you know, not only do you have to line up your airplanes onto the runway, but you also have to tell them to take off. So the departure manager does both. And also the planes don't leave your airport until they leave the runway. So that's important. And if you decide to exit the game instead of like to have all your planes, you know, depart automatically, there is a delay for that. So just something, you know, a few little things here and there, but for the most part, it's still World of Airports. It is still World of Airports. Play on an iPad is a better choice. I'm with you. I was playing on my iPhone, but iPad does feel a lot better. But it's always felt better, even on 1.0, it felt better playing on an iPad than on an iPhone. MW loves the approach to departure ratio. Nice. Yo, thank you for the 5 bits, casual player. Did you say GRU has combination passenger cargo stands? Yeah, not just GRU. There are, I think, Innsbruck and St. Martin. Here we go. Combined stance features. Certain stands can handle passenger or cargo airplanes at Innsbruck, St. Martin, and Sao Paulo, GRU. So yeah, definitely really, really cool. Let's see, what are we looking like here? So we have, this plane has boarding. The planes are, it's getting deboarded. This one's about to start boarding in about a minute. Should I do this? No, yeah, why not? Why not? We're gonna start. We're handling 3 L planes or 3 E planes at the same time. The madman. You notice I cancel all our contracts from my IAD to your MSY. Nice. Don't cancel. Well, that's fine. Yeah, because all the contracts that you had to my MSY were mostly complete. I had a bunch of your planes just like held hostage, but you can renew them. I'm gonna play some MSY still. I just had way too many L planes at my MSY. MSY New Orleans is like much better suited to have a lot of medium planes and small planes, but medium planes. That's where it's at. I have way too many L planes at MSY, which makes it like really a hassle to handle. Get well, bro. Soon, bro. Thank you, man. Yeah, my voice is cracked. I think it was from pollen in Georgia when I was there last week, or this weekend, actually. This past weekend. And of course, you know, coming back from Vegas, I got sick. I got recovered, and then I went to Atlanta, and so maybe it's just the whole accumulation of things. Who knows? But I don't feel sick. I just sound sick. That's it. Inn has a shared stand and an old cargo stand that accepts D stands. Nice. Okay, cool. Yo, what's up, Peach? Thank you for resubscribing for 8 months, bro. Hendrick said 752 B and D's taking up 4 more L stands, not fitting in for you. I get it. Yep. Oh, it's blocking. Oh, it's at San Diego too. It's D. That's really weird. That is weird. I haven't played San Diego in a while, but I'm gonna have to check it out because of the update. Mohammed asks, hey Phat, can I check if there's any airports that have additional stands or terminals? I would probably tell you to check the patch notes, right? So it says, as far as like additional terminals or stands, maybe IAD, because I think I said somewhere IAD, lack of space for large aircraft were resolved, now shared stands. So I don't think you're gonna see that much of a major change. You might see some shared stands, you might see some stands being blocked now, but as far as new stands, I don't think so. New filtering for needing action is honestly not good. So yeah, what happens right now is every plane that has a landing requirement will show up as needs attention, right? It'll show up with the yellow exclamation point, and I'd like it. What I don't like though is I like it because there's stands I can buy that'll occupy this space, right? So I can buy this stand and that would resolve the attention that it needs. When I don't like it is when all of the stands that I have available are occupied or blocked, right? Then it should not be highlighted. But I get where you're coming from too, because in old WoA, right, it would just, if there was no stand and nothing available, but even if you had something you could buy, it would not show as needs attention. So I get it. A lot of people have the same complaint as you, so no worries, man. I'm sure World of Airports developers will find a solution that makes everybody happy. Either that or we just got to live with it, you know? What's up, Suarez? What's up, David? Someone want to send me an iPad? Oh, you got an iPhone 12 Pro Max. Dang, it's not a small screen at all. No. You need glasses. That's what you need. You need glasses. You turn into an old man. You can't read normal size text. Nice. So Mike started a giveaway for a B773 from GRU, which ends in about 2 hours. So if you guys are interested in getting a 773 from his GRU, you can join the Phat Airlines Discord. And all you gotta do is check out the plane contract giveaway channel for L planes, and that'll be right there. He says updates awful. I want to buy a large stand, but it costs 30K. It's a joke. Well, if you can't afford 30K, then you probably can't handle a large plane. That's what this is all about. You know, you have to strategize, think about it differently. You know, it's a different way to play the game now. You can't just always do the same thing as before, because that gets boring too, right? But at certain airports like GRU, I can handle a large plane for only $18,000. So you must be playing at like an older airport like LHR or something, in which case you should be kind of ramping up anyways and going that way. Because by the time, like for example, by the time you start getting L planes in the premium pass here, or in the airport progress rewards, what's it called? You start getting your first L plane, or this is a D plane, right? You get your first D plane at level 17, and a D stand is only $8,000 by itself. You get an A333, which is also a D plane, and then you get a 788, your first E plane at level 28. So if you look at that, World Airports is suggesting that you should not be really getting any L or X planes until like those later levels. And the stand progression, which also logically makes more sense in my opinion, because how does it make sense that you have a stand that can handle an A388 but it can't handle a 744? They're like the same thing. But yeah, I get it. It's a whole change. It's different. Give it a week, or you can quit the game, whatever, but give it a week and I'm sure you'll get used to it. It's just you got a different style of playing, you know. Old strategies may not work, and that's what happens when games update, you know. Anyone having an issue with the shopping cart screen glitching when you scroll it? Nah. I would probably tell you to maybe see if you have a battery saver mode on. Maybe turn it off, because that's supposed to make it more fluid, more frames per second when you're on battery saver mode off. It gives you more frames. All right, how are we looking here? So we have, let's turn needs attention off, and let's go to handling planes. So here we have a small plane, a B plane, that is cleaning and loading baggage. Same thing over here. Oh no, this is loading a passenger, and this is about to load passengers. So hopefully, this is not good. Okay, that's actually not bad then. We got 28 seconds over here, 27. This is gonna be close. I just hope that this B plane gets the boarding before this E plane. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to buy another boarding service, which is not ideal. I want to save my money so I can buy more stands. Oh, you're from Brazil? Nice. Congrats for getting an airport from your country. Only 51? I'm not old yet. Dang it. That's exactly what I didn't want to happen. And we got 2 minutes on that. Oh, 15 seconds. I can wait. Good. Yeah, there's only 10 seconds left on this, so it's not going to really delay this plane too much, which is great. Unless it goes to this plane first, which I'll be very sad about. Very sad. Good. Yo, what's up, Peach? Peach said new meta. I know, right? You got used to clicking twice when claiming rewards, Kamikaze? That's funny. I'm already used to once. One thing that's stressing me out is the ATC never respawned back. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Okay, this 1 minute on that. Do I only have 2 bus services? Oh, I do only have 2 boarding. That's fine though. This other L plane, or sorry, E plane, has plenty of time. There's 6 minute gap between the remaining time and the estimated time. Matthew says this update's a con job. That's funny, man. ATC is so expensive, you won't be exchanging 10,000 for 10 gold ones very easy at all. I completely disagree with you, bro. Or maybe you're just a more casual player, in which case you probably don't need to turn on all 4 tower managers at the same time, and you probably also don't need to turn on all 4 managers at the fastest speed. So maybe you just gotta rethink your approach to playing the game if you're not playing as often, that you can't get enough silver planes to pay for your tower managers and to pay for your gold planes every single day and every week. Because I mean, for me, I'm getting more than 50,000 silver planes a week. So even with this ATC improvement or increase, I'm not worried about that. Even on my casual account, where I play maybe about 1 hour a day, on average, I'm still making 10,000. On that casual account, I am not activating all 4 tower managers at once. What I'm doing is I'm activating the approach manager. I'm always activating the approach manager because it's very important to get planes landed as soon as possible, because you can't handle planes if they're not on the ground, right? So approach manager is the number 1. Then you also have the departure manager, which I only do when my airport starts to get backed up. I have the ground manager, which I activate only on airports that have a runway to cross. And then the delivery manager, I don't really activate that at all on my free-to-play account. So I'm sorry you think it that way. I think you have to give it a little bit of time, because I mean, the update only did just come out today. You only had a few hours, maybe a few minutes, right, to play. I've been playing this since the preview, and I was previewing 3.0 last week. So I have a lot of experience with it, and I'm pretty sure you can especially if you do player contracts with other players, you can make your silver planes back. I'm pretty sure, and if I'm wrong, I'll make the claim that I'm wrong, but I still have not dropped below 3.1 million, which is where I started today. So whoa. Leon, you have 165 planes at St. Martin to handle? Dude, I had like 300 planes at New Orleans to handle this morning. It was nice to finally get them all out. I had way too many. Angel asked, would you construct all the terminals first or all the stands on one terminal first? So here's what I'm doing right now. And I don't know, like, I feel like this is going to be my strategy going forward. But like, things change, things evolve, we learn more about the features, we learn more about what works and what doesn't, and other people provide their suggestions and input, and then I change my mind on certain things. But here's what I'm doing so far. This is the terminal we start with right here. It's not even like really a terminal, right? Well, I guess it is. This is a terminal we start with right over here. And at this terminal, you'll see I unlocked just a bunch of A stands, right? So the A stands I unlocked so I can get more handling crew and I can get more contract capacity. So I unlocked a bunch of A stands. Now this stand came with the game. It came with the airport, which is C. And then we have a B stand over here, which also came with the airport. Because I have player contracts coming in, I unlocked 502 and 411. I think I unlocked 502 first. So that way I can handle some E and D planes. And then I unlocked 411 after that. Now, I did spend some gold planes on Wallers, but I decided, because I needed to buy this stand, 102, which is a combined stand. It's shared between cargo and passenger, and I needed an F stand because I have an A388 waiting to land. So I bought this terminal, and then with the leftover of my money, I bought A stands wherever A stands exist. So that way I could get that contract capacity and that handling crew. So now I have 60 handling crew. So the next thing I could work on, I could buy more stands. I bought this terminal too, so I could buy more stands. I can buy more equipment so that way I can maximize my handling crew. There's a lot of options I have. I think I'm just going to keep buying more stands though, so that way I can accept all these pending contracts. You guys are sending me a bunch of contracts, so I want to make sure I can accept them as soon as possible. And with contracts, you can only buy contracts with silver planes every 2 days, every 48 hours, and you can only buy extra contract capacity with gold planes every 24 hours. So I am limited by that. What do we look like here? What's using water, and it's only 30 minutes or 30 seconds, so it's not too bad. Brandon said that's why I only use approach departure. Yeah, and even departure before was really like not needed to buy. Departure might now it might be important to buy departure, because departure now handles both lineup and takeoff, because they changed that where you have to do both of those actions in order to clear a plane for takeoff. And I think that's because of the takeoff time offset, where an aircraft departed via takeoff is given is essentially it leaves from your airport once you hit takeoff on that plane. If you exit the airport after pushback, that airplane still disappears from your airport, but it doesn't appear on the radar for another 2 to 3 minutes or so. There is a little bit of a delay before it actually leaves your airport. So that affects the other player more than it affects you, unless it's like on a random contract, right? Or a non-playable airport. Then it affects you because you want to get that airplane out of there as soon as possible. That way it can start its voyage back to its home airport or back to its destination airport, and then can come back to home. You can't redeem your gift card, no GRU today. Well, I wouldn't recommend. Well, it's hard for me to understand. Like, first off, I mean, if you see something here at GRU that you really, really like, what is it that makes you want to unlock GRU today? I mean, for me, I think the shared stands over here are pretty cool, right? The combined stands, pretty cool. You're going to see them at Innsbruck and at St. Martin as well. So that's going to be pretty interesting to utilize. You know, there's a lot of L and X stands as well, or, you know, DEF stands over here. So, but it's going to take a while to build it up where you're actually utilizing all of that. But yeah, I typically don't recommend unlocking airports for gold planes. I would rather see you unlock an airplane model. I know a lot of people had 757s before, right? So now you might want to look at another medium plane, maybe like a 734 or 738 as a replacement for your 757s, or a B-38M. I think the B-38M though is kind of expensive. Actually, no, it hasn't been inflated in gold planes. So yeah, I would rather suggest you spend those gold planes on something that you can't unlock for free. Unless there's something in this airport that really sticks out to you, in which case let me know so I can get a better understanding. Do you think it's a good idea to cancel any small AI contracts that get maxed out and sign newer AI planes? So it really depends on the airport, right? So if you're talking about Leipzig, where you don't have a lot of handling crew, having small planes are fantastic because you don't have a lot of handling crew. But if you're talking about like LHR, having small planes isn't really needed. So that could make sense. Now, another thing too, if you have a maxed out contract, you're at tier 10. I mean, look at the rewards, right? I know this is a medium plane or a seaplane, but look at the rewards, right? If you start back at tier 1, you're only going to get 3 silver planes and 1 XP. Then you have to handle the plane 45 times successfully before you can get to tier 10. And if you're already at tier 10, all you got to do is handle the plane 10 times, and then you get these rewards again. So I think Hammy did the math before. I think it was Hammy, but somebody did the math before and said that it's better to kind of stick through it. The only time I would do it is if like you're looking to replace it with other player planes. You know, that's what I end up doing is I cancel these contracts so I could put a player plane in its place instead. Because I like playing with other people. But that's hard to do in a brand new airport because not everybody plays as often as I want them to. But then eventually I get to the point where I have like 200 contracts and it doesn't matter. You know, I'm seeing planes every day, all the time, all day. So yeah, I hope that helps. Yapper said, thanks for taking my B-38M. Thanks for the B-38M, for real. I think that was like the first 38M contract to this airport. Is GRU a good airport? I mean, we're not even a regional or international airport. Hard to say, but my first glance, it looks like it should be kind of fun. You're going to have a lot of handling crew because of all the shared and blocked stands. So that's one of the also benefit about these extra stands, right? Is that technically like this 602 is one stand, right? But you have 602L and 602R. So you get 3 handling crew and 3 contract capacity from one stand, which is pretty awesome. So I think we're not going to have any problems with handling crew, which is going to really make it a lot more fun and better to handle those larger planes. But hard to tell right now because like, right? If we have too many L or X planes, we might run into handling crew issues. I don't really know. Is there a way to get special liveries for airline contracts to show in the Woapedia? Yeah, we just got to wait every single day for it to show up. Those special liveries are event planes. If you go to the main screen, the airport selection screen over here, and you look on the right hand side, you'll see arrivals 1. Those are for your special unique arrivals that are coming in. So you can look there every single day to see what's available. You can even see on airports that you don't have unlocked, it'll show you there too. Any other questions, guys? Because otherwise we're going to wrap it up then. But I want to know what you guys think, what you guys' concerns are, what your thoughts. I should have thought before starting handling, but that's okay. This is boarding. Okay, deboarding. Oh, we're going to be fine. This is really good. All right, this is good. Everything is good. Pat, since we already have filters for our planes and other player planes, what planes will you heart? That's a great question. I probably will heart the planes that are closer to completion. That's probably going to be my strategies. Like the planes that are at 9 or 10 handlings, I'll probably heart those. And also to kind of almost manipulate the tower managers for shared stands, right? So in this airport, I might, well, I'm gonna heart like this plane, this F plane, so that way we can make sure this plane lands first before any D or E plane has a chance to land in that same stand. Now, once I start to unlock like this area over here, yeah, which has F planes for passengers, then that'll be less important. But to begin, that's what I think I'm gonna do. Is that's why I have this one hearted, so that way I can 100% make sure that if it's not the first plane to land, it's definitely the second one that's going to go in that stand. Chris Scott asks, is this the new airport? Yes. Yes, this is GRU, brand new airport released today in World of Airports. You can get it for free by finishing or going through New Orleans level. I think it's like level 71 or something like that. But like you go through the end of that airport or towards the end of the airport, and then you can get this airport for free. You can also buy it. It's 16 gold planes. I'm not a big fan of recommending people to unlock airports with gold planes. That's my personal preference. But if you want to do that, I mean, that's up to you. I know some people, the weird thing to me is how some people say they unlock airports because they're bored. And I get it. Well, like, what are you bored about? Are you bored about the gameplay? Because the gameplay is very similar from airport to airport. The strategy doesn't really change a lot. Now, right now, when we talk about strategy, we have to, we're thinking a lot because a lot of things changed. You know, the whole stand sizes changed, where you have to buy the previous stand size in order to get the higher size activated on that stand. So that's changed, so that might change a little bit of our strategy, but in every airport the strategy is going to be very, very similar. You're sending a 748? Yeah, I have an F stand now at GRU, so we can send it to GRU if you like. I got 4 contract capacity and I got like 10 requests, it told me. Just happened. Whoa. I'm got the force closed. That is, you guys saw that, right? That was weird. This is weird. Did I get too many contracts? Uh-oh. This is not gonna be good. Do we have planes taxiing? Yes, we do. Oh, it's only small planes, whatever. But totally not from your St. Martin. I've never seen that happen before. That's kind of funny. Brandon said that's a nice strat I could use also. Nice. Love to hear it. But yeah, I'm open to hearing the way other people want to play the game too, because you know, that's how we as a community come up with like the top strategies, and then we got the niche strategies as well, like the outside the box ones. Outside the box strategies are pretty cool too, because it's a different way to play the game, and it's still not terrible usually. it's not like the most efficient, but like for a game like World of Airports, you don't necessarily need to be the most efficient. You need to find a style that works with you, because it's all about playing the game. It's not about min-maxing, really. I mean, min-maxing is you can find success doing that in World of Airports too, but I mean, to me, it would get boring having the same plane, going to the same destinations. It would get boring real fast. All right, this is looking good. This plane is done. I can handle this one, and we'll wait for that one. Brandon said, GRU reminds me of LAX with its 2 runways being parallel. Nice. The fact that 3.0 released in April Fools is crazy. I know, that's why I had to put no joke in my title, because I didn't want people thinking that I was doing a prank. I'm not a big fan of April Fool's Day, by the way. So if that's why, I mean, if this is like your first time here, you can know that even on April 1st, no matter what year it is, I'm gonna give you real information, not some fake news. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of April Fool's Day. That's just my personal preference, though. You know, I don't judge other people for doing it, and you know, also like I understand why companies sometimes have to do it too, right? Because you can go viral from a good April Fool's joke, you know. I think like Pal World is like doing an April Fool's joke about an expansion, which is like for a VR game that like is like a matchmaker. It's kind of funny. I know like Google, they used to do really good April Fool's jokes. One time they had this toilet router powered by you flushing the toilet. It was kind of funny because they had like this whole full product page. They had pricing and everything. It was like really cool. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of April Fool's Day. I'm a fan of like watching, but as far as participating, I feel like it can be, if not done the right way, it could lose a lot of goodwill and trust. And that's not, you know, that's one thing I want to make sure is that, you know, I'm here, I'm your World of Airports guy, right? I share the information you need to know about World of Airports, and I want you to be able to trust that what I'm saying is not a prank. So yeah. Noodle said, will you release the hostage planes at your MSY over the week? Yeah, I think about half of them have been released already. And that took me like 3 hours to do. I think after the stream is over, which will be over soon, because I got like 8 more minutes in me. After the stream is over, I'm going to go to... I'm not going to go to MSY immediately, but I am going to go to some other airports, and then yeah, I'm going to keep playing MSY, clear out all those completed contracts, accept any renewals people want to do, especially for medium planes. If you don't want to renew a large plane or what's it called, a DEF plane to my MSY, that's completely understandable and okay, and probably helpful for me. But yeah, I was working on it earlier. Toronto Plane Spotter says so many bugs in 3.0. Like I've only ran into like one bug on the stream, and I've been streaming for what, 4.5 hours. My contract screen went crazy. It minimized, it like shrank everything and then brought them all together. But hey, look, I got a random player arrival from Barcode Airlines. Weird. Cool name. What kind of bugs are you running into? Are you considering also like this plane right here that needs a stand? It says needs attention. Some people are considering this a bug. For me, I'm not considering it a bug. It needs attention. It has a stand it could land at. Now, when there's no stand and everything's occupied and you can't buy anything, and it still shows needs attention, that's a problem in my opinion. Oh yeah, but a lot of people too have like old devices, right? People are playing on potatoes. But you can't blame them, right? People have the devices that they have. But I still blame them. Like, well, I don't know. My opinion, it's hard to expect a flawless, like, I don't know. If I had if I was playing this game on an iPad Mini 4 and the game wasn't running smooth, iPad Mini 4 came out eight or more years ago, right? So if I was playing this game on an iPad Mini 4, which I did for the LHR release, for just to see what a potato experience was like I would know that I'm not playing on a top end device, and things are gonna be a little bit more glitchy than normal. Maybe I'm also not the same as everybody else, so whatever. MSY has a bug. What's the bug there? Plane handling on the runway. Oh, so what happened? Interesting. I know what Hammy told me. Oh, snap. Thanks for the Concord, man. What Hammy told me is for sometimes a plane might get stuck on the runway, like a 752 might get stuck on the runway because it is assigned to a C stand, even though it's a D plane now. So that might be happening. You crashed for your iPad 9th gen? And we're on iPad 11th gen now, right? I think, Neon. I forget, because, like... I forget. I think we're on 10 or 11 now. I haven't had a crash. I've had, like, only one bug, though. But 0 crashes. Even while I was previewing, 0 crashes. I did have some bugs. And the good news is, though, that the bugs that I've ran into during testing have not happened during preview. Or sorry, the bugs that I ran into during testing have not happened during release. So that is great news. Which means that the devs are really they really listen to the feedback that I gave them, and the bugs. I'm really good at reporting bugs too, because I usually know how to replicate them. Do you know if the airline contracts are up to date? Nah, I'm not. I don't follow real life airline data, bro. That is not me. I am not your guy. I play with other players. I don't even do Woapedia. I don't even do Woapedia. I probably should do more Woapedia. The 752 bug because someone assigned it to the stand but didn't handle it before the update. Yeah, that's what I think a lot of people are running into. Are you liking the new 3.0 update so far? So yeah, King, I've been playing 3.0 for like a week. But I was playing it on a preview version and on a different like server than my actual game. I've been playing GRU for the last 5 hours, 4 hours 41 minutes. And I do really like 3.0. I'm used to the UI because I've been playing for a while, right? I'm used to the UI. I think it's fine. I know a lot of people are just kind of resistant to the new UI. They have some major qualms with things. For example, like the fact that this plane, the 77W, is showing that it needs attention, even though there's no available stands for it. So that's a big problem that a lot of people have. But I mean, I turn on the delivery manager, so I know any plane that's showing that it's landing and it needs attention is probably for that reason, right? So, but not everybody plays with the delivery manager, right? So I get it. I'm used to the UI. I like it. It's really nice to be handling my own planes with this new UI. I was playing MSY earlier, and that was a really great experience. You know, having the slider is great. I'm super excited to like go in here and buy 10 planes at a time. Super excited to be doing that. And you know, start some giveaways in my established airports where I have like 10, 12, 15 million wallers. So that's going to be it's going to make it a lot easier for me to do more plane giveaways. And not only that, you know, we have the phatirlines.com newsletter. So if you're not signed up, check out phatirlines.com. And on that website, we send out an email once a week to all to players, to all you, everybody who signs up on the website. We send an email out once a week. Some people get more than one email, because if you don't respond back, we're gonna keep sending you emails. That way you don't miss out. Send you like up to 7 emails or something like that. It's not a lot per week. And then this will make it easier for me to buy a bunch of planes, so that way I can send those contracts faster. So I'm super excited about it. I like what they did here. I am a fan, and you know, I just wish the people who don't like it gave a little bit more constructive criticism or feedback about it, because like a lot of people who are coming in here is like, the update is bad, and then they leave. It's like, that doesn't do anything, man. Like, that doesn't help anybody. The developers are watching the stream. You know, we've had JD Robas in here. He even sent me a plane. You know, I got a plane waiting to accept a request from him. He sent me planes. You know, Kubasan, I'm in contact with Kubasan. So yeah, you know, the more information we can give them, the more likely they're able to kind of implement the things that will help make the game better for us. So how to sort my planes into arrival and departure. So you got the filter icon right here on the top right, and you can click on each of the filter icons and it'll tell you what it does, right? So you have this one for departing airplanes, you have this one for airplanes on the airport, and then you have this one for arriving airplanes. You also have additional filters. You have a heart for favorited airplanes. You have this clock for handlings taking too long. Then you have this for requiring action. This is the biggest complaint I've seen today, is about these planes requiring action that just don't have a stand they can go to. So I get that. And then you have filters here for my airplanes, for other players, and for event or unique airplanes, they're called now. So those are the filters. The C-30J follows A and B plane departures and arrivals. That's interesting. At St. Martin. You have to go. See you later, Noodle. Thanks for being here. Thanks for planes. What airport do you wish to be adding in the game in the future? I don't really have any preferences, man. I don't really know a lot of airports like that, and the airports that I do know are all like US or North American, you know? So it's like heavily, I'm gonna be biased towards the airports I've been to. And it's not like I'm a world traveler yet. I would love to be a world traveler. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's one of my goals. I would love to visit all the world airports in person, and maybe like make some vlogs about it, some video blogs. But I'm not there yet, so we'll have to see. Neon's gonna get the 748 handled, then you're off the flight sim. But oh, Neon, weren't you having issues with your game even before the update though? Or no, am I mixing you up with somebody else? Either way, I hope you guys enjoy. We will be streaming again Saturday. I might do an evening stream, like a night stream, this week too, playing some of the Phat Empire. So maybe like Thursday night I might do that. We'll see. I'll make a post in the Phat Airlines Discord. But guys, I want to thank you all for joining me today. It was a great day, great stream. World of Airports 3.0 is out. Just some housekeeping. Make sure you join phatairlines.com email newsletter. Completely free to sign up. And we will send out weekly emails, so that way we can get you a plane contract. I need to send a new email probably tomorrow. So we'll have a new email contract out very soon. What else? Join the Phat Airlines Discord, because if I go live later this week, you'll hear about it there first. And thank you guys all for all the support, for being here. Hope you guys enjoy it. Let me know if you have any kind of feedback as well. Didi said the update needed an instruction manual to change UI buttons. Interesting. I guess it's fair. Everything's in the same place though, but I guess I can understand it. I didn't have the same issue as you, but I get where you're coming from. I'm glad I helped you, man. I'm glad. That's why I started making these videos, because and streams, because I saw a lot of people having similar issues. And I even had kind of an issue at first when I started playing World of Airports. I didn't know what the best way to do things were. So that's why I started making, that's why I started this channel. That's why I started making videos. All right, cool. Yo, SF Striker is going to be a dad. Nice. Congrats, bro. That's exciting. I remember finding out I was going to be a dad. That was pretty cool. All right, guys. I want to thank you all again for joining. Make sure you sign up phatirlines.com. Make sure you join the Discord and hit that like button. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. Peace out. Have a great day. All right. Bye, everybody. Bye.